Coleman couldn't help but heave a frustrated sigh as he watched the half of his team that made it into town literally inhale their morning meal as if it were their last. The simple yet hearty spread of eggs, porridge, and assorted meats seemed to disappear in the blink of an eye as the entry half of the team lounged in Elijah's and Bennett's room. Rifles, helmets, water bottles, and other equipment were scattered around the room while enjoying a brief reprieve moment. However, Coleman's mood was much more sour as he glanced around the room, watching everyone laugh and eat. Here they were, bunched up in one location in an establishment with an owner who he didn't trust. The only thing stopping this tavern's madam from turning on them was a bit of money and her good word. "This is getting out of control," Coleman muttered as he glanced at Elijah, sitting by the fireplace with his fairy. The little demon gingerly and meticulously rolled her massive egg in the fire while flames licked her body as if they didn't matter. Another sigh left Coleman's mouth as he glared at his medic. He wanted to rip into Elijah and tear him a new one for just wandering about without telling anyone, but Coleman's hands were tied in the matter. On the one hand, the results this borderline renegade was bringing in were impossible to ignore. His ability to blend in and subvert whatever environment he was in was unparalleled and was a skill that any Alphabet Agency spook would go to war to obtain. But on the other hand, keeping this monster on a leash proved harder and harder with each consecutive success. Elijah was getting bolder, and Coleman's ability to rein in this menace, or even justify reining him in, was becoming much more difficult with each passing day. In hindsight, Elijah's little venture was a superb move executed flawlessly. The insane little prick brought home a veritable treasure trove of actionable intelligence, half of which was cross-referenced by their local asset, Azaleen, and it drove Coleman mad. Heaving another sigh, Coleman turned to Quan, who was sitting beside him, and spoke in a mentally exhausted voice. "Quan, can we manage to get a relay up somewhere? I need to do a sit-rep and dump all this on command." A hum left Quan's mouth as he frowned. It would be complicated to get something up when they didn't have a good handle on their environment. Getting one up is going to be tricky. His voice was thoughtful, already running through potential locations in his mind. "We'd have to put it somewhere where no one would notice or ask questions." Silence reigned as the two considered the challenges of setting up a covert relay in this unfamiliar environment. Quan continued to poke at his plate before scooping something that resembled a small sausage with his emery spoon. "You know," he said slowly before making a weird face when he took a bite of the sausage-like meat, "given the size of that thing, it might not be the wisest move to try and shove it on some roof somewhere." Quan chewed thoughtfully, swallowing before continuing. "There's no way we could hide that thing, and that's not even counting on getting it into town in the first place." Coleman rubbed his face as a difficult expression clouded his features. He mulled over their options, trying to find a way to get the critical intel back to command without compromising their position. "I guess," he muttered, more to himself than to Quan, "the only thing we can do is contact the QRF or the Aussies and have them run the information back to the Signators." But even as the words left his mouth, Coleman's mind was already racing ahead, considering the ramifications of such a move. Joint Command was already directing more teams and resources to their area to support their new mission, especially after learning that Coleman and his team had turned a village into a clandestine forward operating base. This was especially the case when Coleman had made the call that he and his team would make a move on the town. The fact that the SASR had been tasked as support spoke volumes about the importance of command weight in the operation. And with this new update, a significant increase in both assets and scrutiny would come their way, and Coleman couldn't help but wonder if he should be selective about the information he shared. His gaze drifted back to Elijah, and a pang of frustration shot through him. The man was slowly starting to take over the operation, and the fact that Elijah had managed to secure one of the gate guards as an inside man was significant. It was the kind of intelligence that could make or break their mission. In Coleman's mind, reporting it put yet another feather on the camel's back. To him, it felt like rewarding bad behavior and encouraging the qualities that made Elijah so problematic. For a moment, the team leader entertained omitting this tidbit of detail from his report. It would be easy enough to leave out any mention of Elijah's little side venture. But almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Coleman dismissed it. Leaving out such critical intel was beyond stupid. It was a dereliction of duty that could get him kicked out of the army and thrown in the brig. Coleman closed his eyes and sucked in deeply. He couldn't let his personal feelings about Elijah cloud his judgment and interfere with the mission. No matter how much it irked him or how much it felt like everyone was dancing to Elijah's tune, he had to report the facts. All of them. After releasing his breath, Coleman turned back to Quan with renewed determination. Even though it seemed like his medic was taking over this entire operation, he would have to roll with it. All right, he clapped his hands together after making his decision. We'll have to run it. Contact the Aussies and have them relay everything we've returned to the village. Popping another sausage into his mouth, Quan nodded along. Roger that, he replied with a full mouth. I'll make the call as soon as we set up those low-frequency nodes. This'll be a good opportunity to get that ball rolling and set them up around the town. Nodes? Coleman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What are you talking about? Quan chuckled as he shook his head. Remember the new tech the SIGINT guys gave us before we left, he explained. Supposedly, we're supposed to hide these things all over the place, and they'll create a mesh network for comms. Oh, right. Coleman smacked his head as the briefing came back to him. So much had happened in such little time that he had nearly forgotten. To be honest, I don't really understand all that nerd shit. But if they say it's gonna be useful, then who am I to argue with the cryptospooks? A cackle left Quan's voice as he looked across the room at one of his subordinates. It's alright, our comms guy had to explain it to me simply. He replied after shoving some bread in his mouth. I'll have him figuring this shit out instead. He'll get set it up, so all we have to do is hide him. As Quan stood up to talk to their communications sergeant, Coleman's gaze drifted back to Elijah. The medic was lounging by the fire, laughing and joking with the rest of the team as he shoved sausages into his mouth. For a moment, Coleman just watched him while a strange mix of emotions swirling in his gut. Frustration, yes. Irritation, definitely. But beneath it all, a grudging sense of respect. But while he watched, Coleman couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "You're in the wrong profession, my friend." To his surprise, Elijah's head snapped around, his eyebrows raised in confusion. "I'm the wrong what?" he asked, his mouth still half full of sausage. Surprise flashed across Coleman's face. Between all the chatter from the team and the ambient sounds of a lively tavern below them, there should have been no way for Elijah to hear him, especially when the man in question sat halfway across the room in front of a crackling fire. "Nothing," Coleman blurted out as he quickly recomposed himself. "I'm just reminding myself never to let you touch a catgirl under any goddamn circumstance." A confused look spread across Elijah's face as he looked at the people around him, wondering what he did to deserve being scolded this time. "What? What the hell?" he asked, clearly taken aback by the scolding as he lifted his arms up in a bewildered shrug. "What the hell did I do this time?" In an attempt to cover his slip, Coleman grabbed a nearby cushion and threw it at Elijah. "Exist!" he yelled, causing Elijah to flinch and duck. "Why can't you be normal, you freak?" But before Coleman could get another word in, Elijah's hand shot out, grabbing a sausage from his plate. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the greasy projectile hurtling across the room, straight at Coleman's head. Reflexively, Coleman threw his arms up to deflect the meaty missile, but unfortunately, he was a moment too late. A wet smack resounded as the sausage bounced off his face, causing him to roll back and leaving a grease smear across his forehead. "Fuck you!" Elijah yelled back just before he caught a loaf of bread in the face. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Yana could not help but scowl at the escalating bickering between those idiots while she nurtured her new minion nestled within the crackling flames. The noise seemed to go up an octave, causing the little goddess's face to scrunch in a mix of curiosity and annoyance as she watched the two mortals hurl insults at each other. For a brief moment, she wanted to zap the two quiet, but she couldn't help but be somewhat swayed by her apostle's influence. Through the link she shared with Elijah, Yana could feel the swirling emotions beneath the surface of their seemingly heated exchange. Despite the hurled sausages and indignant yells, there was no genuine anger or ill will. It was a strange dynamic, one that Yana found perplexing. Even when she watched her apostle prattle on, his words seemed to be punctuated by vitriol. Still, Yana could only detect a vibrant tapestry of positive and negative emotions flowing through their bond. It was like a raging waterfall of rainbows, each hue representing a different facet of Elijah's being. Yana predated the concept of mortal existence and had bonded with apostles beyond counting. But never had she experienced a connection like this. Was this a particular trait of these humans, or were the muted emotions a trait of the Fae? Regardless, her last few disciples, damn their souls for their treachery, had been like monochromatic echoes in comparison. Their emotions were muted, their essence a pale shadow of the vibrant life that now pulsed through her link with Elijah. For a moment, Yana scowled after recalling such a slap in the face. It was like a small simmering agitation that bubbled up from the depths of her immortal being. Damn, they're treacherous and wretched souls. If it weren't for the laws she had laid out herself, which governed the very fabric of this reality, she would have broken their insignificant prison and destroyed their very essence. She would unmake them, slowly and deliberately, until their agonized echoes reverberated through the cosmos long after this plane had crumbled to dust. But even as the vengeful fantasies played out in her mind, Yana knew she could never act upon them. Her responsibility, her sacred duty, was to maintain the balance. She had to uphold the rules and systems she had put in place, no matter how much it galled her to let such disdainful garbage go unpunished for their impudence. She was a goddess, a weaver of magic, and a shaper of worlds. No matter how satisfying, petty vengeance was not worth disregarding the very order she had laid. And so, with a harumph, the little goddess returned to the egg nestled within the crackling flames. Her tiny hands moved with deliberate grace as she focused the remnants of her power on the unborn being within. This was no simple binding, unlike the ones she had used to tether her lesser servants to her will. No, this being servitude would be bound in a far more profound and significant way. With each pass of her hands, Yana infused the egg with a portion of her own essence, a primordial power that predated the very fabric of this reality. This exhausting process drained her reserves even as it invigorated the nascent life within the obsidian shell. Yana couldn't help but curse under her breath as she worked. A ritual that was to be as benign as thinking now made her brow furrow in concentration. All of this is due to a single miscalculation to the origin of a specific being. A slight glare was snapped towards the individual in question, who seemed to look at her in bewilderment after sensing her displeasure. How foolish of her. Binding an entire world and granting them power their reality wasn't structured for. Now, she had the ungrateful task of presiding over this new reality and effectively doubling her world load. The burden of managing this newly created system was not one she asked for, but it was a responsibility thrust upon her by her capricious whims. And yet, even as she grumbled and complained, Yana knew she could not neglect this duty. She had bound herself to this world and had claimed it as her own. And with that claim came obligations, sacred oaths that she would not break. Shut up, you idiots! She finally snapped, barking at Elijah, who was yapping incessantly with that other mortal, Ben, something. Another harumph left her mouth as the two humans shirked away and took their chatter outside. But now that she was taking notice, Yana looked around and saw that she was the only one left in the room, allowing her to focus entirely on her task. Turning her attention back to the egg, Yana continued to pour her pitiful amount of essence into it while feeling the profound changes taking place within. The once simple vessel, previously bound by the corrupted magic of those upstart betrayers, was now brimming with raw, unrestrained power, a power that was bound to none but that singular life. But as her mind turned to the origins of the being in front of her, Yana couldn't help but sneer as she thought of her sister, Tiamat. That scornful layabout who fancied herself a goddess. Mother of the elements, Yana scoffed as she continued to shape the life in the egg. Bah! Mother of layabouts. Sure, her sister Tiamat had power, the power to create life and shape flesh and bone to her whims, but Tiamat lacked the wisdom or even work ethic to bother guiding her creations in the first place. She was content to let them run wild and sow chaos without a thought for the consequences. As a yawn left Yana's mouth, she released her hold on the egg and zipped around in the flames to inspect her handiwork. The flames were getting a little weak, but she deemed the work she had done was sufficient for now. Making a mental note to get her apostle to add a few new logs, Yana stretched her arms out and stretched her non-existent muscles. She had seen her human do it countless times, and Yana always felt a slight fleeting pang of euphoria whenever he did it. The action slowly started to become a small habit, just like many other weird eccentricities the man had. With a shake of her leg, Yana rattled the soot and ash from her material body before her eyes scanned the room while floating in a lazy manner. She couldn't help but note the mess of partially eaten food strewn about and the absence of any other occupants. It appeared that the idiot and his gaggle of idiots had left her without a single errant thought of saying a word. A click from Yana's tongue rang out as she turned her gaze towards the floorboard where her bound mortal lingered and immediately made a beeline straight for him. The fairy flickered in and out of material existence, phasing through the walls as if they were nothing more than an illusion until she materialized right next to Elijah, perching herself on his shoulder. The man seemed to be sweet-talking that one woman with the floppy ears, trying to simultaneously seduce and indirectly pry whatever bits of information he could. Another yawn left Yana's mouth before her radiant violet eyes met Mara's, who seemed in awe at the little fairy's sudden appearance. The tiny goddess raised a questioning eyebrow as she sat leisurely on Elijah's shoulder while one of her legs lifted before thumping on top of the other in a casual manner. Huh? What are you looking at? Yana tiredly growled in an abrasive manner as she held Mara's gaze with a bored expression. She acted as if she had always been there, and Mara had failed to notice her presence until now, because for as far as Yana was concerned, she had. The establishment's madam's brows furrowed slightly as she averted her gaze back to Elijah, who just shrugged as if to say nothing could be done about it. Mara suddenly felt that the diminutive pixie threw off her composure, and any attempt to recover seemed to make her even more flustered. Mara had not encountered a lot of pixies, but she had never seen one that just appeared out of nowhere before. Yana, for her part, seemed entirely unconcerned with Mara's scrutiny as she yawned once more. Her tiny mouth opened wide, displaying razor-sharp teeth and exceptionally long canines. "Don't mind me," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "Continue with your copulation ritual or whatever it is you things do." A tinge of red flashed across Mara's face at Yana's blunt remark. Despite her profession and the fact that she had worked as a courtesan for many years, the madam was caught off guard by the fairy's brazen comment. She struggled to maintain her composure, her usual air of confident sensuality faltering under Yana's piercing gaze. Elijah, sensing Mara's discomfort, shot Yana a warning look. "Yana," he said, his tone low and threatening, "shut up before I take away your beef jerky." The fairy rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue again, seemingly unimpressed by Elijah's threat, but still complied, deciding it was best to let mortals deal with mortal affairs. With a huff, she leaned back, using her arms as support while she lounged on the man's shoulder. "Sorry about that," Elijah said, turning his attention back to Mara with an apologetic smile. "She's not exactly known for her tact." Mara nodded, trying to regain her footing in the conversation. "Ah, it's quite all right," she replied as the madam straightened herself out. "I take no offense." Mara smiled sweetly. She was used to dealing with all sorts of characters in her line of work, but the dynamic between Elijah and his tiny companion was unlike anything she had encountered before. Sensing an opportunity to steer the discussion back to more productive matters, Elijah leaned casually against the doorframe of her office as he locked eyes with hers. "As I was saying," he continued in a light-hearted and charismatic tone, "I was wondering if you could introduce me to some of the more reasonable bosses of these gangs that control the inner districts of town." A hum left Elijah's mouth as he sat atop a crate with a sly and devious smile playing on his lips. The man kicked his leg carelessly while his hands supported his weight behind him. Azaleen leaned against the wall just to the left of him with her arms crossed over her chest and a pensive look on her face. The two had sequestered themselves in an abandoned alleyway, far from prying eyes and curious ears, for their inevitable meeting with a few choice gang leaders. This town has always had an infestation of criminality, but things have appeared worse over the past year. It was so bad that even speaking about the gangs of this town appeared to be a touchy subject for anyone Elijah had talked to, including Mara. According to her, the organized crime syndicate that had a death grip on the town operated with relative impunity. They controlled the flow of both legal and illegal goods, facilitated backroom deals, and kept the peace among the various factions vying for power. It was a delicate balance that required constant maintenance and a firm hand. But all that changed when the Imperial Auxiliaries, or Feather Lovers as the locals had taken to calling them, seized control of Glensworth's Guard Corporation. These outsiders, with their strict laws and rigid hierarchy, had little patience for the shadowy dealings of the underground and cracked down hard on any overt criminal activity. This, in turn, disrupted the carefully cultivated networks and alliances that had kept the underworld running smoothly and strained the relationship between the powers that operated within. The heavy-handed approach turned the situation into a powder keg waiting to explode. With the Gilded Courier's influence and power diminishing, the various factions began to turn on each other. Old grudges resurfaced, and new rivalries emerged as each group sought to fill the power vacuum left in the wake of the Imperial takeover. The final straw came when one of the Gilded Courier's leaders made a bold move to usurp another, destroying what control the syndicate had left and shattering the already fragile alliances. This sent the entire town into a spiraling chaos of violence and mayhem as thugs and their affiliate gangs there, were once kept in check by the once powerful association clashed in the streets. Cooperation, once the cornerstone of the criminal underworld, became a distant memory. The violence had become so bad that moving goods, both legal and illegal, had become a treacherous proposition, with shipments routinely intercepted and stolen by rival factions. Merchants had to pay multiple hands to keep goods safe, but this soon became unsustainable, and anyone who wished to conduct trade within Glensworth avoided the majority of the districts altogether. However, the gilded couriers still maintained control over a handful of districts, where their word was still law, but people still tread carefully. The mere mention of the gilded couriers was enough to send townsfolk scurrying for cover, unwilling to risk the wrath of the warring gangs. It was, in short, absolute chaos. And it was chaos that Elijah found endlessly attractive. For chaos bred opportunity. It always seems to come back to your boss, huh? A chuckle escaped Elijah's lips as he turned to Azaleen, and his eyes sparked with mischief. Azaleen shot him a side-eye glare, her jaw clenching with irritation. Eli, shut the hell up. She grumbled after letting out a sigh. You always have something smart to say, don't you? She continued, running a hand through her hair, which flowed casually down her shoulder. This idiot was so annoying that she almost regretted coming out here to act as muscle for another one of his stupid schemes. However, at the same time, Azaleen couldn't help but appreciate his impish nature. Sure, he was an outright devious bastard, but he was clever, resourceful, and, most importantly, reliable. Especially when he handed one of Einar's enforcers, who had helped backstab her and her team, on a silver platter. Questions Elijah seemed to badger her with to fill in some of the holes in Mara's story, providing Elijah with a clearer picture of the complex web of alliances and rivalries that made up Glensworth's criminal underworld. It wasn't a complete picture, but it was enough to start forming a plan. Elijah leaned his back against the wall while his hands went into the large sack-like pocket near his abdomen. A thoughtful look spread across the operator's face as he contemplated the bigger picture of his current plan. It was fully formed, but things were slowly merging, especially when Azaleen started filling in the holes in Mara's recanting of the local politics. The shattered criminal underground wasn't even the tip of the iceberg when it came to the complex web of alliances and rivalries in this new world. Thugs, bosses, kingpins, nobles, kings, and hell, even apparent deities, were in on the action. So, let me get this straight, Elijah grumbled with furrowed brows. Your boss and another boss have personal issues and turned to infighting and left a bunch of disgruntled gangs to run rampant to fight over scraps. He continued as he adjusted the position of his concealed pistol at his waistband. So now basically, the entire place turned into a free-for-all save for a few districts that only hold together hopes and dreams and a bit of money Mara gives them out of her own pocket? Azaleen offered a simple shrug as if to say that it couldn't be helped. Yeah, that's more or less it, she confirmed in a nonchalant tone. Placing his hand to his face, Elijah pressed his fingers into his eyes to ward off the exasperation that threatened to overwhelm him. There were really no words he could think of to describe how stupid all of this was. From what he could gather, Glensworth was a critical junction for smuggling, and the fucks just uprooted it over a personal grievance. He opened his mouth initially and gestured with his other hand to say something, but he immediately closed it and let out a sigh. Jesus Christ, he finally muttered, looking at them. I mean, I guess it's not unheard of, but that's still really goddamn stupid, he continued with an incredulous look on his face. How the hell did this all happen in the first place? Once again, Azaleen's shoulders went up in a manner that indicated that this really wasn't her problem. I dunno, Einar just kinda turned on her. She answered in a casual voice, while Elijah stared at her as if she was an alien. Indy had been feuding with the piece of shit since even before she started contracting me out for work. As far as I know, they've hated each other from day one, but Einar never let his personal grievances affect business, but... A brief silence ensued as Azaleen's hand went to her hair and started twirling it as her brain started to recall the catastrophic drama that had gripped the criminal underworld. Ever since Gjadner left his son in control of this entire region, Einar's grown bold. Elijah's brow furrowed, and he held up a hand, stopping Azaleen mid-explanation. Wait, he interrupted her in a confused voice. What does that mean? Who's Gjadner, who's the son, and why was he left in charge? A sigh left Azaleen's mouth when she realized she was going to have to backtrack and provide some context. Gjadner's a big-shot jarl that runs gilded couriers. It's kind of an open secret, you know? She explained almost impatiently as if this should have been common knowledge. About a half-year ago, a bunch of conflicts started popping up all over the place, hampering his operations everywhere, so he left his son, Rindalir, in control of everything in Aldenshire. Elijah's brow was furrowed, and his eyes glazed over as the gears in his head started to say, half a year ago, he voiced as a thoughtful look spread across his face. Yeah. Okay. Elijah started snapping his fingers with each yeah and pointed to Azaleen when he realized the timelines more or less correlated with when the forces invading Earth retreated. Azaleen nodded along. She had also come to the conclusion that this strange human and his people had a major role to play in that. Yeah, your little war had a lot of unintended consequences. A lot of the smuggling routes and other operations were disrupted or put at risk, causing Jadner to have to deal with them. So now his son, Rindalir, is in control of everything. Elijah leaned back against the wall, his mind whirring with implications as he processed this new information. The war appeared to have a much more destabilizing factor than he or probably leadership had predicted. The balance of power in this world must be a lot more fragmented and delicate than what his world was used to, especially when it came to governing systems that were top-heavy, such as feudalism. Focusing his eyes, Elijah looked to Azaleen as his hand stroked his small beard in a thoughtful manner. So, this Einar dude saw an opportunity to take out your boss, Indy, under the sun's watch, he mused, but why did they torch everything in their little spat and risk pissing off Jadner? Couldn't they just backstab each other in the background? I don't get it. Azaleen looked up for a moment, a look of realization crossing her face. Oh right, I forgot, she said, snapping her fingers. Indy had managed to seduce and slip into Rindalir's bed. So that's probably why that short dickhead Einar threw everything into a tizzy. She answered while waving her hand dismissively as if the complex web of interpersonal relationships was nothing worth noting. But for Elijah, it was the final piece of the puzzle. Oh, he said, drawing out the word as the realization dawned on him. Oh wow. So this Einar guy saw that Indy basically outmaneuvered him by sleeping with the new boss, and the bastard decided just to flip the board entirely? A moment of silence lingered between the two as Azaleen's eyes went up and to the side in thought. Yeah. That's a good way to put it, she agreed. I didn't think of it like that, but yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Elijah scratched his head in amazement. Wait, you didn't think that, okay, you know what? It doesn't matter, he chuckled incredulously. Wow, that made everything make a lot more sense, and convenient. The man then jumped off the crate and started pacing. Yeah, this perfect. Elijah spoke to himself as he started to rub his hands together. This is gonna make shit a whole lot easier. Wait, what? Azaleen snorted, looking at Elijah as if he had lost his mind. You're not actually going to try and insert yourself into this, are you? A predatory smirk flashed across Elijah's face as he came to a stop. Of course I am. He laughed as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. No one is going to expect a third party wading through the shit and ripping the rugs out from underneath everyone while they bicker and fight. Azaleen stared at him for a long moment, trying to decide if he was serious or not, but the gleam in Elijah's eye, the confident set of his shoulders, told her that he definitely wasn't. You're crazy. She nearly shouted as she moved to confront him. Hold on a second. Azaleen continued in an outraged voice. Are you planning on taking out my boss and using me to do it? You saved my life, Eli, but I'm not gonna turn on Indy. I'm out. Oh please, Elijah rolled his eyes and grabbed Azaleen's arm before she stormed off. I'm here for the lizards, not gonna mess with your little clique, okay? I'm friends with you, so I'm more than inclined to help Indy with her Einar problem if push comes to shove. He explained as Azaleen glared at him. I'm here for the lizards, and I'm more than certain your boss would be quite interested in working with us. A scowl formed on Azaleen's face as her long ears twitched in agitation. She wanted to rip into this idiot, but she couldn't deny the validity of his words. Elijah and his people were a powerful wild card that Indy would be ecstatic to make contact with. But that still didn't make her feel any better with how excited he was to stick his nose into their business. So she held her glare for a while longer, trying to discern whether he meant them harm or not before letting out an exasperated sigh. As far as she could tell, his actions so far had been primarily directed against the Empire. There were a few exceptions, but the intent was, again, directed towards the Empire. Yeah, whatever, Azaleen groaned in a begrudging tone before crossing her arms. I believe you. She flipped her hair and walked a few steps away before looking over her shoulder at Elijah. Just don't do anything cute, okay? I'd rather not run you through, but I will if I have to. Elijah started to laugh as he bowed his head for a moment. "Oh come on, Ace," he said, holding up his hands in a placating manner. "When have I ever lied to you?" he asked with his trademark charismatic smirk, knowing he was full of shit. Azaleen scoffed and opened her mouth to lay bare just how deceitful this bastard of a human was, but before she could say a word, Elijah cut her off. "You know what? Don't answer that," he interjected, causing Azaleen to burst out laughing and cover her face with her hand. "I mean, maybe I withheld a bit of information and construed the truth a little, but I never full-on lied to you." Elijah tried to say it with a straight face, but found himself smiling as he closed the gap between them. "Come on, you know who we're really after." It took a few moments for Azaleen to stop chuckling, but eventually, she looked up at him with an amused expression. "Gods, you're such an idiot," she said before turning around and flipping her hair over her shoulder. Yeah, that's true," she finally conceded and rolled her eyes. But before Elijah could make another annoying remark, his earpiece crackled to life. "Heads up," Quan's voice echoed out in a distorted manner. "We've got one of Mara's girls and 8-foot mobiles heading in your direction." In a fraction of a second, Elijah's demeanor changed. His face turned serious as he grabbed the half-face balaclava that hung around his neck and pulled it over his nose to conceal his identity. The man then threw his hood over his head before looking at Azaleen. "It's showtime," he said, slapping her on the shoulder. "They're on their way." Azaleen nodded to Elijah before rolling her shoulders and cracking her knuckles. She wasn't expecting any actual trouble from this meeting, but it wouldn't be unusual for her to need to flatten some rowdy dipshit who thought being loud and aggressive would get them what they wanted. These kinds of issues came with the territory when it came to bandits or thugs. Sometimes, you needed to slap one loudmouth idiot and put them in their place. However, Azaleen's hand still floated across the pommel of her sword to make sure it was somewhere easily accessible. While fisticuffs were the standard for dealing with thugs, she always was no fool. Whether it be towns or cities, the story was the same. Where the countryside bandit would usually turn tail and run, choosing self-preservation and deciding a mark wasn't worth the effort, a thug was prideful, stupid, and aggressive. You may beat one down, but they were petty enough to try and knife you in the back sooner or later. Meanwhile, as Azaleen prepared herself, Elijah continued his conversation with Quan. The team sergeant's voice came back over the radio, stating, "QRF and Overwatch are in position. Just signal when you want us to engage, and we'll engage." "Roger that. Kill the traffic." Elijah responded calmly, just before his hand went to the hem of his shirt. He pulled it up a few times, exposing his concealed firearm to get a few more practice draws before their contacts showed up. Interested in the strange fighting style, Azaleen turned and watched as Elijah's gaze became intense before he fully relaxed. The man put one foot back and took a more casual yet guarded posture as his hand grasped his wrist near his lower abdomen. But, as Azaleen observed Elijah, she couldn't help but marvel at the way he carried himself. To the untrained eye, his body language appeared innocuous, almost harmless. He looked like just another casual bystander waiting for a meeting in a back alley. Nevertheless, she knew better than that. Azaleen hadn't known this man for long, but what she had learned over the short few weeks was that Elijah was far from harmless. There was a coiled tension beneath his relaxed exterior, like a lurking grovemaw in the shadows. Azaleen scrutinized every inch of the man's body until she noticed a few fingers from his left hand hooked under the hem of his shirt. It was a deceptively casual gesture while his gaze remained forward, fixed on a few marred spots on the wall, as if lost in thought. But then, in a flash, Elijah's unassuming state transformed into something entirely different. His left hand ripped his shirt up almost to his chest, and in the same fluid motion, he pulled a black object from his waistband. Before Azaleen could even blink, he had the object pointed at the marred spots on the wall, transitioning between imaginary targets with a speed and precision that was on par with any mana user. Every hair on the back of Azaleen's stood up when she saw that display. She knew what that black object was. She also knew the devastating power it contained. The woman had seen firsthand the carnage Elijah and his people could unleash with those strange weapons. It was unnerving, to say the least. The ease with which Elijah handled the alien weapon and the way he incorporated it into his movements spoke of a familiarity with violence that only the most hardened career warriors and freelancers knew. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the weapon vanished back into Elijah's waistband. And just like that, the lazy and goofy demeanor she had always associated with Elijah had come back in full swing. Dangerous, Azaleen murmured, narrowing her eyes. With a shake of her head, Azaleen turned towards the end of the alley, where she could hear the sounds of approaching footsteps near the corner where they were lurking. She tensed for a moment when one of Mara's courtesans, a lithe human woman draped in silks and jewelry, appeared to bow her head placatingly to the group of men following behind her. The courtesan then gestured towards Azaleen and Elijah until she was abruptly pushed out of the way by a brutish pale-skinned human before fully rounding the corner. When the group fully came into view, Azaleen took stock of them and noticed most of them were humans. There were a few short-eared sun elves like herself, but they looked more or less like ordinary thugs. And then there was the giant son of a bitch. Built like a brick shit house and covered with grayish-green skin that stretched over a frame that stood well over 6 feet tall, his muscles bulging beneath his leather armor. 2 small tusks protruded from his mouth, pointing upwards, and he had long, intricately braided hair that nearly touched the ground. Elijah was the first to comment as he shifted closer to Azaleen in an apprehensive manner. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered in a voice low enough that only she could hear. Azaleen ignored him as her face morphed into a scowl. "Great." She clicked her tongue, her eyes never leaving the orc. "A goddamned orc," she muttered under her breath. Elijah and Azaleen shared a pensive look before their focus shifted from the literal behemoth marching towards them to the scrappy-looking sun elf woman with dark hair and a tanned complexion that spoke of her time working the fields. As the sun elf stepped forward, she clapped her hands together, a wide smile spreading across her face. Her short ears twitched slightly as she looked at her pale-skinned human counterpart, who simply scowled before running a hand over his bald head. "You must be the fellows Mara wanted us to meet," the elf exclaimed in a friendly tone tinged with disdain. "I'm Furii, and this is..." Furii paused as she looked at the bald man with undisguised disdain. "My associate, Brack." Arching an eyebrow up, Elijah's gaze shifted between the 2 kingpins. He knew the type, rivaling gang bosses, each vying for control of their little slice of the town. They must have had some outstanding turf disputes or had a few deals go sour but deemed it too costly to go to war. However, the fact that they were here together, putting on a show of cooperation, albeit very poor, spoke volumes about Mara's influence. Furii flicked her eyes over Elijah and Azaleen, calculating them. "I have to say," she scoffed while narrowing her eyes. "I was surprised when Mara asked us to come out here. Normally, we conduct our business in a more civilized setting." The way she said civilized made it clear that she considered this meeting was far beneath her. The woman's tone was friendly, but there was an undercurrent of disrespect. It was obvious that Furii considered the mere fact she was dragged out of her haven to meet a few strangers that she thought of as nobodies an insult. "But, I suppose we all have to make sacrifices from time to time," Furii continued, her smile not quite reaching his eyes. "I just hope this isn't a waste of our valuable time. We have much more important things to do, after all." Brack grunted in agreement, his arms crossed over his chest. "You better make this shite, boy, or you're gonna have to answer to my green friend here." His eyes bore into Elijah and Azaleen with barely concealed hostility. "Mara friend or not, I'll fucking brain ya." Azaleen couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked over to Elijah, expecting him to turn on his charm and start working his magic on the 2 gang leaders. With a disarming smile and a placating gesture, Elijah stepped forward with his hands raised in a conciliatory manner. Guys, he said in a friendly and soothing voice. "I'm not here to cause any problems, I'm just here for business, okay?" He turned to Furii and bowed his head. "And I think everyone wouldn't say no to making a coin or two." Elijah continued trying to simmer the hostilities down just a little. "These are tough times, after all." Furii's eyes narrowed at the stranger. "And what exactly do I have to gain by doing business with some nobody outsider?" she asked carefully. Any meeting set up by Mara always had strings attached and always involved power players, so Furii's suspicions weren't entirely dispelled by the subservient attitude. Why in the infinite hells would we be doing business with some scrappy idiot too scared to show his face?" he growled, his voice dripping with disdain. His eyes locked onto Elijah and Azaleen, filled with barely concealed hostility. "Coward or not, I'll bash your skull in." Elijah chuckled, the sound warm and disarming. "Look, I get it," he said, his tone conciliatory. "Imperials clamped down hard, the gilded couriers had fallen apart, your alliances in town broke down, and everyone's at each other's throat." He explained, keeping his hands held in a magnanimous fashion with his palms facing towards the gangs, to show he meant no harm. "The few reasonable individuals, like yourselves, have had to join hands just to keep the rabid dogs at bay. He paused, letting his words sink in. But it doesn't have to be this way. There's still opportunity out there, still a chance for everyone to do a little more business and make a little more money. A short, contemplative hum left Furia's mouth as she considered Elijah's words. Times were indeed hard, but she wasn't in a position to openly express that due to her already tentative position. With the lack of money came the lack of satisfaction. The lack of satisfaction came with the lack of credibility in her own gang, and she knew it was the same for Brack. "What you sayin', boy? You think I can't pay my boys?" With a hiss, Brack stepped forward, challenging Elijah while raising his hand and revealing a strange tattoo that glowed with an eerie light. "You implyin' I can't make money round these parts?" Brack's voice was laced with offense. Turning to the hulking orc at his side, Brack barked and glowered at the giant. "The fuck ye, doing filthy beast, draw your damned weapon." As the words left his mouth, the tattoo on Brack's hand pulsed, causing a hidden mark on the orc's neck to glow a gentle red. The orc shifted uncomfortably, a grimace of pain and reluctance crossing his brutish features, but he obeyed nonetheless. With a grunt, the orc reached over his shoulder, pulling free a massive club that looked more like a log than a weapon. A thunderous thud echoed out as the tip of the makeshift weapon slammed into the ground after being brought to bear. Azaleen clicked her tongue and drew her sword as she stared the beast down with disdain written on her face. It was clear that the monster could easily wield the improvised cudgel with devastating force, and if she was honest with herself, she didn't know if she'd come out on top while protecting Elijah at the same time. Meanwhile, Furia crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes as a small smile played at her lips. This was exactly the kind of escalation she had hoped for, the kind of posturing and aggression that would out them as charlatans or push any negotiations they had in her favor. But Elijah seemed unfazed. His hands went low to the hem of his hooded tunic, and his right foot went back as he held his ground, but his relaxed disposition remained the same as he faced down Brack's challenge. The action seemed innocent enough to someone who had never seen the man draw that strange weapon he kept hidden at his waistband. But Azaleen had seen the man draw it faster than she could blink, and she knew the devastating powers of their magical weapons. These gaggle of idiots would most likely be dead before they could get within hand reach of the man, so this just left the orc if things went south. Now, Elijah spoke up in a gentle, chiding tone. "There's no need for that. We're all friends here, aren't we?" His eyes met with Azaleen's as they silently communicated and nodded at each other. "Ain't no friend of mine, outsider." Brack snorted as he kept his arm raised. Furia herself scoffed and rolled her eyes at the notion of him being a friend before going back to sizing up the stranger. "I know your type," she snarled with a voice dripping with disdain. "You want to come in with a pitiful amount of copper, use us as your lackeys, and then disregard us when it's convenient." She stepped forward aggressively as her hand pet the dagger at her hip. "You'll promise us the world, but in the end, you'll just bleed us dry and move on to the next bunch of fools willing to do your dirty work." Elijah remained silent, letting her words hang in the air for a moment. Then, with a tilt of his head, he spoke. "Is that what the Gilded Couriers did to you?" The words made Furia recoil as if struck. "Because it sounds like you're speaking from experience." "Fresh experience." Enraged scowls formed on every member from both gangs at the gut punch, but Elijah wasn't done. He had tried the diplomatic approach, had extended the olive branch. But now, with weapons drawn and tempers flaring, it was time to play hardball. "Come on, let's be real here," he continued with a chuckle. "You're struggling. You're at the end of your rope. You've had to ally with someone you hate," he gestured between Furia and Brack, "and you're taking your marching orders from a whorehouse manager." With her features twisting in rage, Furia drew her dagger and started breathing heavily as she pointed at Elijah with a flapping mouth. Brack seemed to remain speechless with wide eyes at the gall of this stranger, considering he had a damned orc slave in his possession. Around them, however, were thugs drawing their own weapons, unwilling to let such an insult go unanswered. But before they could give the order to attack, Elijah's hand was already leaving his pocket. With a casual motion, he pulled out a single gold coin. "So let's not pretend you're not interested in business," Elijah continued, flipping it towards them. The gleaming metal caught the light as it arced through the air until the coin landed on the ground with a soft clink, rolling across the uneven ground until it came not too far away from Brack's feet. Elijah had just made a power move. It was to show that he wasn't coming to them as just another snake oil salesman looking to take advantage of their situation. No, Elijah was indicating that he was coming at them as a businessman with cold hard coin backing up his words. There are golden opportunities knocking, Elijah said as his posture shifted from conciliatory to commanding. And that's just a taste, he continued, his hand floating back to the hem of this top. A down payment for services rendered, if you will. A tense silence seemed to take hold as every eye was drawn to the glittering gold piece on the ground. For the vast majority of the gang members, this was the most money they had ever seen in one place at one time. Brack smacked his tongue hungrily, his hand starting to falter until it balled into a fist near his abdomen. Even Fury, despite the direct insult, seemed to hesitate, her gaze locked on the gleaming metal. She wasn't the smartest woman on the block, but she knew a precarious situation when she saw one. Money thrown around like this never came without strings attached. Whatever this outsider wanted, it was bound to come with a big one. Whatever he wanted would have consequences later down the line that she wouldn't even be able to fathom if she survived it. This notion also seemed to linger in Brack's mind. The man's greed was starting to overpower his better judgment. Slowly, he stepped forward, his eyes fixated on the coin like a moth to a flame. But before he could get too close, Elijah's voice rang out, causing the bald thug to halt in his tracks. I'm a firm believer in the principle that a fair day's pay deserves a fair day's work, Elijah said, his tone measured and calm. I'm not here to cheat you or to use you and throw you away. He met Fury's gaze, then Brack's. I'm here to offer your life back. A chance to take back control, to be the masters of your own fate once again. Fury's grip tightened on her dagger, but she didn't strike. Not yet. There was something in Elijah's words, in his demeanor, that gave her pause. And what exactly would this opportunity entail, she asked, her voice tight with suspicion. A predatory grin spread beneath Elijah's mask as he continued. The flow of goods in, out, and even through this shithole has been strangled to death. He spoke in a mysterious manner as he turned around and started pacing, but still gripped his wrist tightly near his waistband. I'm a consultant. Whose goal is to facilitate the, Elijah paused as he carefully chose his next few words. Restructuring of this town's power dynamics. The two kingpins scrunched their faces and furrowed their brows in confusion as they tried to make sense of the outsider's words. It was clear that the concept of facilitating the restructuring of power dynamics was a bit beyond their understanding. What in the infinite hells is that supposed to mean? Brack grunted in a frustrated and suspicious tone. Ye here to kill them other bosses or something? Elijah opened his mouth to respond and clarify his intentions, but before he could get a word out, another voice cut through the air. He ain't here to do nothin'. A rowdy, rough-looking man from Fury's camp stepped forward, his face twisted in a dubious scowl. He was a burly figure with a scar running down the middle of his face and a mop of greasy hair. Everything about him screamed knuckle-dragging scumbag, from his tattered clothing to the crude knife at his belt. Yap, 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 yap. That's all we have been doin' since we got here. He gestured animatedly in frustrated impatience before turning his ire towards Fury. He pointed a dull, crude sword at the woman in an accusatory manner, and you? What the 'ell you be doin'? He shouted in obvious challenge, shooting spittle everywhere. Ye ain't done nothin' but slurp this idjit drivel. The messy-haired thug then jabbed an accusatory finger Brack as his eyes went wide and wild. We got a goddamned orc, and there's only two of 'em. The hell y'all doin'? Turning towards the masked stranger and his blonde elven companion, the thug's sword now pointed in their direction. I say we got him. He must got more if he be throwin' gold around like it's copper. Fury's face darkened at the murmur of agreement among her gang's members. Even though there was a blatant challenge to her authority, the small rebellion seemed to strike a chord. She gritted her teeth at the insult but made no move to intervene. The woman decided to use this impromptu coup d'état as a test, an opportunity to see what this stranger was made of. If he put this rabid dog down, then she'd know he was the real deal. And if the stranger fell, well, she'd slit her treacherous subordinate's throat herself and cement her place as the true leader. As the gang hooted and hollered, the insubordinate thug started to get riled up as he started to swagger toward Elijah and Azaleen with a lecherous grin on his face. His eyes raked over Azaleen's form, a vile hunger in his gaze. And when we're done with him, he leered, licking his lips, I'm gonna have me a taste of that pretty little thing. Ain't had good eatin' in a while. Azaleen, however, didn't seem content to let some dirty mongrel go on about how he'd force himself onto her. So, with a growl, she stepped forward, twirling her sword around to make a show of taking his head. But before she could do so, Elijah leisurely lifted his hand to stop her in her tracks. What happened next was almost too fast for anyone other than Azaleen to follow. In the blink of an eye, Elijah's shirt snapped up as he pulled a strange black object from his waistband. A deafening and thunderous crack caused the approaching thug to crumple to the ground immediately. He fell like a puppet with its strings cut, his body stiffening like a board before toppling over like a sack of potatoes. The thug's body posture didn't change as he hit the ground. His body stayed in its locked state before eventually relaxing while a rapidly building pool of blood spread beneath his head. For a moment, there was only shocked silence. Everyone stared at the fallen man as he remained motionless before their eyes shifted to Elijah with a mix of fear and awe. Gods, he has a mana weapon, Furii murmured, hardly believing what she had just witnessed. She had seen magic before and had even worked with a few fledgling mages when the association was still in power. But this was something else entirely. It had seemed that this mana user had just struck down someone without any gestures, incantations, or anything. The man seemed to just snuff out her subordinate's life with a casual ease that was terrifying to behold. Slowly, the gathered gang started to back away, their earlier bravado evaporating in the face of this display of power. They looked at each other nervously while silently reassessing the man they had thought to challenge. Elijah's casual demeanor had vanished and was replaced with a cold, piercing glare that swept over the gang members. His mood had clearly soured, and his eyes were filled with cold, contemptuous anger. "If this is the kind of dissent you allow amongst your ranks," he growled in a low and dangerous voice, "then perhaps I have chosen my potential partnerships poorly." Furii flinched, and her face paled at the rebuke. She opened her mouth as if to defend herself, but no words came out. What could she say? Elijah was right. She had allowed this situation to escalate, and her authority was challenged by this dangerous stranger. Brack also seemed to be cowed by Elijah's words. But his orc's posture remained tense, seemingly oblivious to what was being discussed around him. Slowly, deliberately, Elijah raised his hand to his ear. "We're good, stand by," he said into his earpiece in English so the assembled thugs couldn't understand. As his hand came down, Elijah kept his gaze cold as he continued to assess Furii and Brack, checking if he needed to drop the orc with a well-placed shot from a sniper to have an even greater effect. "I came here expecting to deal with professionals," he said, each word dripping with disdain. "Was I mistaken?" The accusatory question hung in the air, but the only response was a tense silence. No one seemed eager to speak up or follow their fallen comrade's example and test their luck any further, since it seemed the outsider was capable of doing whatever he did more than once. Elijah let the silence stretch as he scanned the group for any signs of anyone else stepping forward to catch a bullet. And after a few moments, it became apparent that there would be no further challenges. As he slowly holstered his weapon, Elijah glanced at Azaleen and saw a huge smug smile plastered across her face. Shaking his head, he turned back to the two bosses. "You have 3 days, he said, casually bending over and picking up the spent casing. 3 days to get your houses in order, talk amongst yourselves, or do whatever it is you people do." He then started to walk away, Azaleen falling into step beside him, taking up a spot on Elijah's flank, facing towards the group of gangsters. The woman kept her sword resting on her shoulder as she stared hard at the thugs, daring them to make a move as they walked past. "If you can't manage that," Elijah called over his shoulder, "then I'll find someone who can," he finished, leaving the gangs in a stunned, fearful silence as they disappeared around the corner. Brack slowly and deliberately stepped forward and stooped to pick up the shiny golden coin resting tantalizingly on the ground. He stared at it for a long moment while his eyes remained unreadable as he turned the gleaming metal over in his fingers. "What you plannin' to do?" He finally spoke, turning a hard gaze forward at Furii. Furii didn't answer immediately. Her mind was too busy trying to make sense of and process the events that had just transpired over the last few minutes. It was simply too much to take in. But she had to say something sooner rather than later. Furii could feel the eyes of her crew on her. She felt their sense of unease and their growing doubt. They had seen her challenged, seen her authority so blatantly questioned out in the open. It was a dangerous position to be in. In this world, weakness was an invitation, a sign that one was ripe for the picking. She needed to act decisively and show that she was still in control, still the one calling the shots. But at the same time, she couldn't ignore what had just happened. couldn't pretend that this outsider left her with no choice, regardless of all its inherent risks. Both Furii and Brack knew that the promise of power and wealth was just as likely as a knife in the back, or, in this case, a magical bolt through one's brain. However, she still needed to say or do something, even if it was to buy time. "I haven't decided," Furii replied in a low but firm voice. "But I will. Soon." Furii took a deep breath before walking over to Brack and plucking the gold coin from his fingers. 50/50ths, she said to her rival, not looking at him as she studied the coin. "Agreed?" Brack grunted, the sound neither agreement nor dissent, but Furii knew he would comply. They were in the same sinking boat, and even though they had little choice, this was their only lifeline. Turning to her crew, Furii's eyes went hard as she scrutinized them. After a few moments, the woman spat at her former subordinate, who was motionless on the ground. "Get rid of this piece of shite," she ordered, gesturing to the body with her chin. "And keep your mouths shut about what happened here." The dining hall of Mara's tavern was dimly lit, with only a few flickering candles and the warm glow of the hearth illuminating the space. It was late at night, and the usual bustling crowd had long since dispersed, leaving only the 6 Special Forces team members, along with Yana and Azaleen, seated at a large round table. Mara and her tavern girls had prepared a feast for the group despite the late hour, serving the table an array of exotic dishes, each more intriguing and appetizing than the last. The Earthlings couldn't help but do a double take when Mara's girls ushered in with plates and pots of food. Everything was so alien, yet so extraordinarily familiar. It was as if these meals were a caricature of French or German cuisine, with thick cuts of sizzling, juicy meat similar to steak but giving off a vastly different smell. The aroma was rich and inviting, hinting at enticing but foreign flavors. As he stared at the dish, Elijah suddenly heard a small giggle right behind him. Pina, the alluring catgirl, made her way over, her hips swaying and her tail curling and uncurling behind her. She set down a large pot of strange soup, its consistency similar to clam chowder, but it was a lot more vibrant, almost luminescent. Chunks of unfamiliar meats and bits of iridescent vegetables floated in the creamy broth, giving off a tantalizing, salty scent. "What are y'all waiting for?" Pina teased, her tail gently caressing Elijah's face as she winked at him. "It ain't gonna bite ya. Eat up." She grabbed an empty mug from Azaleen's side of the table, to get her more ale. The scowl on Elijah's face seemed to lighten a bit when the catgirl started to flirt, but he still held an aversion to what was in front of him. On the other hand, Yana didn't hesitate one bit. She was smack dab in the middle of the table, squealing in delight. A moan of pure bliss echoed throughout the hall when she dug her tiny, razor-sharp teeth into her food, causing an explosion of flavor to dance across her tongue. More curious than the others, Bennett picked at a piece of the sizzling meat with a raised eyebrow. "What is it?" he asked in an intrigued voice, before looking over to Pina before she sauntered away. Pina spun around and tilted her head before fixing him with a smile. "Oh, well, that's seared wyvern steak," she said almost excitedly while her tail flickered with interest. Wyvern steak seasoned with both snapper spice and rubbed with tangos. Azaleen's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Wait, wyvern steak? Isn't that expensive as all hell's?" Pina's smile turned smug. "Yep. A caravan of villagers had an entire carcass to sell, and we bid on a good bit of it," she said proudly, taking a confident stance. "Mara thought we should treat our new guests to something real nice." She turned back to Elijah, giving him another playful wink. Coleman's brows furrowed at the mention of the villagers. He hadn't heard about any wyverns being engaged while they were there, but as his mind worked, he mouthed a silent, "Oh," right when he remembered that he was the one that shot down one before they entered the village. With everything that had been going on lately, he had completely forgotten he and Bennett had killed one. There was even an instance where the villagers, specifically Danu, were ecstatic about cashing out on the dead creature. Especially when they were offered a 50-50 split when sold. But Coleman had been entirely preoccupied with Tard wrangling Elijah to really acknowledge what he had agreed to. However, while Coleman's mind was busy processing everything that had happened, the team began to sample the exotic fare cautiously. One by one, each of their faces lit up with pleasant surprise as they took a bite. The wyvern steak was much more tender and juicy than they had initially expected. The so-called snapper spice and tangos rub gave off a complex and savory flavor with a hint of sweetness, and the fried green vegetables were crisp and earthy with a taste similar to yucca fries. As the team dug into the feast, their initial wariness melted away, replaced by a growing sense of enjoyment and camaraderie. Ever the voracious eater, Yana was practically swimming in the dishes, her tiny hands grabbing morsels of meat and vegetables with glee. But even as the mood lightened, Coleman couldn't quite shake his concerns as he watched Elijah and his fairy aggressively devour their food with a troubled look. "I know I've asked you a million times, but," he said in a low and worried voice. "You're sure you weren't made? No one else saw you take the shot?" Elijah paused mid-chew, looking annoyed and exasperated at Coleman. He swallowed his mouthful of wyvern steak and sighed. "Cole, we've been over this," the medic replied, running a hand through his hair. "No one other than who we were trying to recruit saw me. I'm clean." Coleman knew he sounded like a broken record, but they were deep in hostile territory, and any errant move could spell their end. "Look, you domed someone. I just want to make sure you didn't leave any evidence behind that'll send looks our way." "Boss, relax," Elijah responded with a tone that made him feel fed up with this conversation. He then dug into his pocket and pulled out the expended 9mm casing before slamming it on the table. "What do you take me for? An amateur?" Staring at the casing, Coleman leaned back in his chair with his hand coming up to rub the stubble growing on his face. He was completely baffled by how well this entire operation was going. Against all odds, against all his training and instincts, Elijah's insane methods were paying off in ways he couldn't even have dreamed of. As a matter of fact, his mind had a hard time wrapping around the magnitude of what Elijah had just accomplished. In a matter of days, the medic had managed to secure an inside man with the local law enforcement and establish potential contacts within the criminal underworld. It was simply staggering. The potential of intel that could be provided to them, along with an unprecedented level of access and influence, would cause Sockham to scramble over themselves to take advantage of it. All that was missing was winning over a well-connected merchant, and they'd have everything they needed to establish a real foothold in this society. And Coleman was more than certain it was just a matter of time before that happened. With a network of allies spanning the key pillars of power, law, crime, and commerce, they'd be able to put their government in a prime position to navigate the complex social and political landscape on this side of the rift. But even as he marveled at Elijah's successes, Coleman couldn't shake the growing sense of unease that gnawed at him. The medic was becoming increasingly autonomous as time passed. He was starting to take risks and make decisions without consulting the rest of the team. It was a dangerous trend, one that was outright undermining him as a leader. Coleman knew he needed to rein him in and reassert his authority as team leader. But he also knew that too heavy a hand could backfire and damage the delicate trust and rapport they had built. Elijah's unorthodox methods might be unconventional, but they were getting results. And in an environment where unknowns were the only factors, results were the only thing that mattered. The team leader leaned forward, placing his elbow on the table and resting his head in his hand to collect his thoughts. He rubbed his eyes and heaved deeply before looking up at Elijah. "So, have you figured out what to do with these guys? How do we turn these contacts into actionable intel?" A thoughtful look crossed Elijah's face as he tossed a piece of that earthy green vegetable in his mouth. "Well," he said slowly, "I think our first step should be finding out where the Imperial garrisons are. We need to know their troop strength, patrol patterns, and routines." Elijah explained as he poked at his food. "Our guy inside with the guards should be able to hand that if we grease his palms." Nodding in agreement, Coleman had concluded that he had no choice but to let Elijah run this operation. "Good thinking. We're going to need to figure out their force structure for future raids or airstrikes when the offensive starts." Elijah snapped his finger and pointed at Coleman as if he hit the nail on the head. "Yep. And now that you mention raids, we should try to get a read on who among the gangs and the guards are friendly towards the Empire and put the squeeze on them." He added that before presenting Yana with a piece of the vegetable he was eating with his fork, wipe out any Imperial collaborators who refuse to work with us. "Ruthless but smart." Coleman agreed. Taking out their eyes and ears within the town itself would go a long way. "We should also look into their supply situation," Elijah continued as he watched his patron happily crunch on the French fry analogy. "How are they feeding their troops? Where are they getting their provisions? If we can figure out their logistics, we might be able to find some weak points to exploit." Coleman nodded, his mind whirring with the possibilities. A few raids here, a few raids there, maybe cause some mayhem and frame a few gangs hostile to our collaborators. But as he said this, a deep frown played on Coleman's lips. "What if the gangs you contacted don't bite, Dot? Then we kill M and find someone who will work with us, Elijah replied with a nonchalant shrug. He then leaned forward, placing his elbows on the table and grasping his hands together. From my understanding, these are the most reasonable players in town. And in the language of someone who brokers information and runs an establishment like this. He gestured around the tavern. Reasonable means when you say jump, they jump. When you say come, they come. A look of surprise spread across Coleman's face as his eyebrow shot up. He couldn't help but wonder how Elijah knew so much about alien criminality. You've really gotten a handle on how things work around here, haven't you? Elijah made a cutting motion at his neck, indicating that it wasn't particularly impressive. Their world, our world, shit's all the same. He replied with a chuckle. Racketeers are a universal thing, no matter where you go. Plus, I'm quick on the uptake. He sat back, stabbing a piece of meat with his fork. But I'm about 80% certain they'll take the bait. Elijah then took a bite of his food and spoke with a full mouth. Mara's the type where there'll be consequences for not playing ball. A real eye-opener that gave the entire game away when I dealt with her. Coleman nodded slowly, even though he didn't understand what Elijah was discussing. He assumed it was more psycho shit when it came to that sociopath. But it made a lot of sense to have someone so ruthless and calculating take the rein in the context of their new mission. They couldn't afford to be sentimental or let personal feelings or moral qualms get in the way of what needed to be done. If anyone became a hindrance, they would need to be removed. It was as simple as that. All right, Coleman said in a tired voice. We'll play it your way. But we do this smart, we do this clean. He jabbed a finger at Elijah before grabbing his fork to work on his own plate of food. No unnecessary risks, no collateral damage. I don't want any more blood of innocence on my hands than I already have. Elijah threw his hand and rolled his eyes. Oh please, he scoffed as he shook his head in exasperation. I never killed anyone that didn't deserve it. Village chief included. Narrowing his eyes at his medic into a glare, Coleman took on a more chiding tone. Eli, he growled, wanting verbal confirmation from the man. A frustrated sigh left Elijah's mouth as he decided it wasn't worth the headache to argue any further. All right, fine. If saying it out loud will make you feel better, he grumbled. Yeah. No collateral damage. I get it. A steamy, searing fog lingered above a massive, seemingly endless primordial forest. The fog's tendrils snaked through the tree tops of the 100-meter-tall ancient trees and wrapped around the gnarled branches as if the mist had a mind of its own. Yet, this was no natural phenomenon. The fog was so thick and impenetrable that even the keenest eyes of the greatest of beasts could pierce its veil. And at the unnatural haze's source was a legion of mages spread out among the tree trunks, conjoining their eerie change into one omnipotent spell. Gestures and incantations melded into a complex tapestry of magic orchestrated by a senior of immense skill to sustain the spell. This caused the fog to stabilize at just the right altitude and temperature, throwing off any being's vision, no matter what spectrum they saw. This left nothing but a dense and opaque expanse to hide the flurry of activity underneath. Mystics stood between clusters of mages, casting esoteric spells that shimmered in the air like an otherworldly thread connecting clusters of mages to draconic entities far in the sky. But while the mystics quietly chanted in their strange yet divine tongue, wyverns shifted anxiously between the trees. Hordes upon hordes of wyverns growled and snapped at anyone and anything in agitation as they lurked in the forest. Meanwhile, their riders did their best to soothe irritated beasts, but cramped in such a claustrophobic space, far too close to other wyverns, their efforts were often in vain. The air was thick with tension, the scent of fear mingling with the rancid smell of wyvern waste, making the situation slowly degrade with each passing hour. Every so often, a poor soul would have their life snatched away with a snap of a jaw after wandering where he shouldn't. One such case highlighted the issue further when a mage assigned to maintaining their steamy blanket above staggered away while fresh faces ran to take their place. The replacement, a lesser mage fresh out of his apprenticeship, unwittingly ventured too close to one of the giant wyverns that lurked in the forest's shadows. This wyvern was a monster among his kind, with dark gray scales marred with scars that spoke of countless battles. The wyvern was as terrifyingly fast as its massive jaws, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snapped out viciously, ready to end the life of the oblivious mage in a single, brutal instant. But before those deadly jaws could close, a sharp slap rang out, echoing through the forest like thunderclaps. Ira, the sun elf commander of these winged beasts, had reacted equally as fast after seeing her mount's irritated gaze. Scotty. No. Her voice was like a crack of a whip, filled with an authority that brooked no disobedience. The wyvern immediately cowed under its master's rebuke. In the blink of an eye, its demeanor shifted from vicious and predatory to submissive and cowering. It lowered its massive head as a whimper escaped its throat. The only thought through the simple-minded beast's head was that it had just endured the worst beating of its life. But even though her wyvern looked like the most pitiful thing in the world, Ira's finger remained pointed at it as she kept her unrelenting glare. Her golden eyes were filled with a fierce intensity as she continued to scold him. Scotty. Bad. No snapping at the mages. She hissed with each word dripping with displeasure. Scotty continued to whimper as it skulked away. Its eyes were usually filled with the feral light of a predator, but now it held a more submissive and pleading look as it gazed up at Ira, silently begging for forgiveness. But even in its contrition, the beast couldn't help but shoot the mage a hateful and resentful glare as if blaming them for the scolding it had received. Noticing the dangerous look that promised revenge, Ira snapped her fingers and pointed towards its makeshift resting nest and away from the mage. Go. Now. She barked as the wyvern skulked away and laid down in the bundle of leaves and grass. Her wyvern was her most trusted partner. Scotty was a being who brought her back home countless times, but he still required a firm hand and an unshakable will to keep him in line. The beast's temper was legendary, and his instincts were sharper than any blade, so any lapse in discipline would cause him to act on impulse other than her command. Still shaken from the near-fatal encounter, the mage held his hands to his chest, his face a mask of terror. His wide eyes darted from the glaring wyvern to its equally irate master, unsure which one posed the more significant threat. "TT, thank you, my lady," he stammered in a quivering voice. I thought it'd. But before he could finish his apology, Ira whipped around, causing her bright flame-colored hair to billow in the wind. She fixed the novice mage scornfully as her golden eyes narrowed hatefully while a finger jabbed into his chest. "You thought. You apparently didn't do much of that, now, did you?" She snapped angrily, pushing the mage back with her finger. "These aren't couriers' wyverns, they're godsdamned war wyverns. You daft, infantile fool. You should have known better than to get too close." The mage seemed to shrink under Ira's fierce gaze and verbal lashing. His shoulders hunched, and his presence grew smaller as if he wanted to disappear into his robes. I am sorry, my lady," he whispered with a pale face. "I wasn't thinking. It won't happen again." Ira held his gaze momentarily as her jaw tightened with anger. Then, with a huff of frustration, she turned away. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Ira more or less told the mage to fuck off and go away. The man in question didn't need to be told twice and quickly turned to make his getaway and ran towards the cluster where he actually needed to be. The only thing that crossed the mage's mind as his robes billowed in his haste was that he managed to escape the wrath of both the beast and its master. Shaking her head, the wyvern commander lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval as she turned to one of her lieutenants. A tall, broad-shouldered human with hair the color of midnight was not too far away from her, wearing an amused look. The man stood leisurely leaning against his wyvern, who wore a more curious look rather than an uncomfortable one that its kin seemed to have. Her lieutenant shook his head while a wry grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You shoulda let Scotty eat him," he said in a deep voice, tinged with amusement. "Would have taught everyone else a lesson they wouldn't soon forget." Ira rolled her eyes and let out an exasperated sigh. Tempting, she admitted, looking at Scotty, who stared vindicatively at the retreating mage. Once it turned back to Ira, the wyvern went back to pouting pathetically, still upset about the earlier scolding. The creature shifted its large body to better nestle in its makeshift nest as its tail lashed against the massive tree trunk in agitation and let out a groan, a sound that sounded equally in part a whimper as it did a growl. "I know, boy," Ira cooed as she walked over to the beast and ran her hand along its tough scaly flank in an affectionate gesture. "I wish we could just let you do your thing. But no, the Duchess had to put me in charge of these careless idiots." She sighed, leaning her forehead against Scotty's side. The wyvern, sensing its rider's frustration, turned its massive head, nuzzling Ira gently with its snout. "And I'd rather not incur her ire," Ira murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. "Not when she's already in such a sensitive state." But as Ira stood there with her forehead pressed against Scotty's side, she suddenly felt a warmth emanating from the pouch at her hip. Frowning, she reached in and pulled out a small wooden tile that was no larger than half the size of her palm. The tile itself seemed to have been made by a master craftsman. Strange and intricately carved patterns twisting and writhing across its surface as if they were alive were a design Ira immediately recognized, which caused her face to contort uncomfortably. It was a product of the Sylvan weavers, specifically their artisans who lived deep within the heart of the Sylvan forest, whose work was always imbued with a touch of the forbidden and otherworldly magic. As Ira stared hatefully at the thing, she noticed that the patterns carved into it seemed to shift and move in an almost hypnotic and complex manner. Another grumble left the wyvern's commander's mouth as her nose wrinkled in disgust. The magic contained in the thing made her feel a physical discomfort, especially when the carvings began to shift and right into the shape of a mouth as if it were trying to speak to her. Ira gave her lieutenant a look of trepidation before she hesitantly brought the tile to her ear and closed her eyes, expecting what was to come. And when she did, a strange, unintelligible whisper filled her mind. Words of a bizarre and unknown language slithered through her thoughts like serpents. For a moment, her face contorted in pain as the sensation of her mind twisting and turning in unnatural ways to make sense of what was being conveyed almost overwhelmed her. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the whispering ceased. The writing on the tile ceased, and the pattern settled back into stillness. A disgruntled grunt left Ira's mouth as she prevented her lunch from coming out. "Gods, I hate that," she muttered with a voice tight with displeasure. Ignoring her discomfort, her lieutenant looked at her expectantly. "What did they say?" he asked in an interested tone. Tucking the tile back into her pouch, Ira's expression turned serious as she slapped her face to ward away the rest of the lingering effects. "The next drill is happening within minutes," she said, already moving towards Scotty. "You and the entire wing man the wyverns. We need to be in position." The lieutenant nodded as he ran towards his own beast's flank. "Aye, Captain," he acknowledged her orders concisely that befitted his station before turning his face towards the rest of their wing. "Man your wyverns," he shouted as loud as he could as he began checking his gear. Ira quickly and efficiently swung herself into Scotty's saddle as she watched him slowly rise and shake his head. She could feel the wyvern's muscles tensing beneath her, eager to beat its wings and take to the skies where it belonged. "Here we go again," she murmured as her eyes scanned the steamy canopy above. Iris sat restlessly on her wyvern as her hand slowly stroked along the beast's massive neck soothingly. Scotty shook its head impatiently, wanting to take off and get out of this accursed forest and back into the heavens where it belonged. The great creature longed to feel the rush of wind beneath its wings, but for now, it remained grounded, hidden amongst the dense foliage of the forest. Scotty's rider completely understood its frustration. Ira, too, felt the horrible ache of inaction. It was like an unending gnawing sense of unease that came with being forced to hide and wait. It went against every instinct she had as a rider, the very nature of a beast of an ancient lineage whose place belonged in the skies. But orders were orders. And these orders were handed down directly from Duchess Varasha herself. And her commanders were not to be disobeyed. Taking a moment to survey her surroundings, Ira looked up at the thick, swirling, steamy mist that swirled above her. At first, she couldn't help but find what they were doing foolish and cowardly, but just like the others dispersed amongst the undergrowth, they found this new tactic offensive. It was uncomfortable, cramped, and frustrating, but even though they saw the value in such aggressive ambushes, the riders still harbored a great deal of resentment. However, regardless of this new tactic's effectiveness, Ira couldn't but snarl in disgust as she looked around at the restlessness that permeated the horde. It was evident that a heavy toll was being taken on the wyverns by each twitch of a tail, each shuffle of clawed feet against the forest floor, and the low, agitated grumbles that leaked from the beasts' scaled throats. They all shared the same opinion, that this tactic of hiding, of skulking in the shadows, was near insufferable for the war beasts. Wyvern riders were the pride of the Empire's aerial forces, renowned for their bravery and ferocity in battle. They always met their enemies head-on, in the open sky, with fangs, claws, and flames at the ready. But to be reduced to this, it was almost felt like an insult. But the Duchess had been insistent. So insistent, in fact, that any who refused these new orders were threatened with execution for insubordination, with their wyverns put to the sword alongside them. It was a level of severity that Ira had never seen before, at least not in all her years of service. At first, she had thought it was the overreach of a madwoman, a tyrant drunk on power. What could justify such extreme measures? What threat could be so dire as to demand this upending of centuries of tradition and pride? However, as a commander, she gained access to the reports and findings of an expeditionary force across the rift. A rift and an expedition she didn't know even existed. The insanity that was the intelligence gathered by the Empire after skirmishing with whatever in the infinite hells they were fighting had left her in a state of disbelief. Here Ira thought they were putting down some uppity rebels or launching a new offensive on the Sylvan Forest. But now she finally understood the reasoning behind these maddening decisions. Even now, the Wyvern commander found it hard to believe and found the reports of the raving of a lunatic, but the seals belonging to the Emperor himself made Ira have to take it seriously. The ability to strike from ranges beyond even a dragon's eyesight with exploding darts that traveled several times faster than a dragon could fly. An omnipotent, all-seeing eye that violated every inch of only dragons' and wyverns' bodies that only the beasts in question could perceive? It sounded like the deranged and pathetic mewlings of an unsound mind or the ravings of a madman like Knight Captain Shaw. Nevertheless, who was Ira to question reports endorsed by the Emperor? If even the dragons, the mightiest and proudest of beasts, seemed nervous, then there must be some truth to what she had read. For all her severity, the Duchess was not one to act on mere whims or paranoia. A cringe formed on Ira's face when she recalled that insufferable man. Shaw was a name that made her want to spit in absolute contempt as she wondered what her lord was thinking when promoting a man that had such an unsound mind to knight captain. Instead, Ira decided to occupy herself by adjusting her riding helmet and straightening her high-altitude jacket while waiting for the signal to commence the drill. Turning her head to scan the forest one more time, Ira's eyes picked out the shapes of other wyverns and their mounted riders hidden amongst the dense forest. They shuffled restlessly in the dense foliage as their heads turned upwards towards the canopy, longing in their eyes. While their wild wyverns were used to laying in wait to ambush their unsuspecting pretty, their domesticated cousins found the opposite more natural. Domesticated wyverns were bred to be conspicuous and were selected based on their size, strength, speed, and ability to bond with a rider to be the perfect aerial mount. However, selective breeding was a double-edged sword and removed certain traits over time. Domesticated wyverns didn't have the disposition to hide and patiently lay in wait for the right moment to strike. They were instead creatures of action, creatures of direct confrontation. Asking them to skulk and ambush was like asking a lion to behave like a mouse. It made these new tactics difficult to execute. Every instinct, every fiber of a wyvern's being, rebelled against this kind of cowardly tactic that the rider struggled to suppress and keep in check. The beasts wanted to roar, soar, and meet their foes in open combat. But regardless of how any of them felt, they had a duty to fulfill and the realm to defend. Ira was there with their eyes closed, rubbing the neck of her beloved Scotty, soothing him as he let loose a low, discontent grumble. "Soon, boy," she cooed, lowering her head and pressing it against his scales. "Just a little longer." Scotty let out a pitiful whimper as it shifted uncomfortably on its feet, wanting nothing more to punch through the canopy as it unfurled its massive wings. The woman couldn't help but to scowl. She could feel how unhappy her companion was, and she shared Scotty's sentiment. They had already conducted this drill almost every day over the past week or so, and every day, they were becoming more efficient, but it never became easier. Silence and a thick tension reigned throughout the forest as every rider and mount looked upwards towards the canopy, coiled like a spring ready to release. All were waiting with bated breath except Ira and Scotty. The wyvern commander kept her eyes closed as she stroked the neck of her wyvern in a comforting manner. She was focusing, honing on the sounds of disrupted airflow of something large pushing through the air at great speeds through the chants of spells and the growls of beasts. But soon, Ira caught such a sound. Her eyes shot open, and she grabbed the guiding handles of her mount's saddle, causing Scotty's wings to extend in earnest. There was a veritable flight of beings seemingly speeding through the air, just above them. Catching the cue, the rest of the wyvern wing under her command did the same. "Ready yourselves," Ira yelled as she turned her head towards her flight, who seemed as ready and eager as she was. "We make for the skies. You know your roles." She turned her head in the other direction, shouting orders. "Stay with your lieutenants. Never cluster and listen to the instinct of your wyverns when they sense danger." The atmosphere in the forest changed instantly. The angsty energy that had permeated the wyverns and their riders transformed into a taut, coiled readiness. Every beast and rider was wound to its limit, ready to unleash at a moment's notice. The discipline of the finest aerial corps in the realm was on full display. Several tense minutes passed as they waited, each second feeling like an eternity. Then, Ira saw a figure scrambling to reach an elevated clearing with a large horn clutched in his hands. Without hesitation, the individual put the instrument to their lips and blew as hard as they could, releasing a deep and resonant sound that echoed throughout the trees. In perfect unison, every wyvern slammed its wings downwards, blasting itself upwards towards the canopy, bursting through it violently as it propelled itself skyward at breakneck speeds. Ira gritted her teeth as the sudden acceleration pushed her down onto the pedals at the rear of her saddle. She used them for maneuvers, such as the G-forces, threatening to squeeze the air from her lungs. A skin-searing heat enveloped her as she and the swarm of wyverns tore through the dense magical mist maintained by the mages before ripping out into the cold, starry sky on the other side. The temperatures caused Ira to cringe. The air itself went from a painful, searing heat to a crisp nightly chill. However, her cringe soon changed to shock when her eyes looked up. As she and her wing broke through the dense fog, they stared at a scene straight out of a fable. A horde of mythical beasts darkened the skies with their presence while flying high in strange formations. Ira and her flight had already conducted this drill several times already, but the sight of so many dragons in one place at one time never failed to take her breath away. It was equally as majestic as it was terrifying. The only thing that beat this sight was the contingent of large feather seraphic dragons leading them at the head of their formations. Their sleek and majestic forms streaked through the heavens at unfathomable speeds. The wyvern commander couldn't help but gawk at the sight of the legendary feathered beasts. Before these drills, she had never seen one in person and only heard tales of the prim and proper seraphics from the heart of the empire. To witness them here, however, leading the charge against the mock enemy force was a privilege she had never expected. But even her awe of the seraphics was soon overshadowed when she turned her head around to check her flight status. The sheer magnitude of the formations taking shape around her, punching through the dense cloud of steam in organized formations, made her swell with a pride that was hard to describe. Clusters of different flights led by different wyvern commanders popped out of the forest from every direction, with each group oriented towards their designated opposing force, Opfer. It was a complex dance, carefully choreographed by the leadership to most efficiently dismantle their enemy's air power. The aerial tactics on display spoke of hours upon hours of planning and strategizing that would then be put into unending drills. Each flight, each wing, and each rider knew their role in the grand scheme of the battle. And then, as if on cue, the mages began their rites. The mage circle climaxed from the ground below as they unleashed numerous group-casted magic missiles. Various beams of various shapes erupted from the forest and tore through the lingering wisps of steam before racing toward the heavens. That dazzling display represented every color imaginable, vivid reds and oranges, brilliant blues and greens. It was like a rainbow given form and purpose, a violent spectral barrage that let out deafening crackles and hissed as it lit up the night. The beautiful display overshadowed the full moon and promised a horrible, quick demise as it raced towards heaven. Mystics were tethering these mass-casted magic missiles, chanting away fervently, slaving them to the eyes of seraphic dragons who guided them toward their intended targets. But as the pillars of light streaked upwards, Ira's gaze was drawn to the targets. There, flying higher than any wyvern could ever hope to go, were a pair of absolutely massive seraphic dragons that seemed aimlessly to loiter far above the main body of dragons. The first of the pair shifted itself gently to change direction, fully displaying its dazzling red feathers, which gleamed like polished rubies in the moonlight. At the wing tips, each plume was tipped with gold, creating a shimmering effect as the dragon turned. Its eyes were like molten amber, holding an intelligent yet seemingly lazy glow, as if the beast was simply uninterested in what was happening. Beside it flew a darker gray seraphic whose feathers were like the color of rolling storm clouds. Streaks of vibrant yellow arced through its plumage, reminiscent of lightning flashing across a turbulent sky. Its eyes were a piercing blue that seemed to be a lot sharper and watchful than its lethargic partners. Regardless of how either of the two dragons carried themselves, they still moved with a grace that belied their size. It was as if they were like living works of art, embodiments of nature's elements. Ira's gaze turned from the two loitering monstrosities and turned back to the numerous group-casted magic missiles that were speeding into the sky. Just looking at it from the point of view of a layman, one could tell just how dangerous these concentrated beams were, but as a mage conferred with the title of skilled, Ira could sense just how dense each missile really was. For a moment, Ira felt a pang of worry course through her. The sheer destructive potential of these projectiles was enough to make her breath catch in her throat. But the Wyvern commander also knew her worry was for naught. The outcome of such a deadly attack was predetermined, just like all the other drills she had taken part in over the past few weeks. The two massive beings didn't even bother paying the projectiles any mind. They snorted haughtily and cast what Ira could describe as layered barriers, with soft bends in the path of the incoming magic. And upon impact, the effect was spectacular. Each magic missile slammed into the barriers, causing intense and deafening kinetic explosions that shattered the layers of the barriers. Sparks from the impact flew in every direction, turning into a dazzling display of light that soon turned into flakes of magic that evaporated into nothingness. The Wyvern commander had seen this almost every day since she partook in these exercises, and each time was as impressive as the last. This was especially true when she saw how the two feathered dragons continued their lofty flight as if nothing had happened. It truly highlighted the distance between a mortal and a being of their caliber, which was like heaven and earth. Their scaled draconic thralls were already terrifying with their physical prowess and powerful breath attacks, but the sheer magical mastery the serapheric draconics had was truly horrifying. The power and control they held over the arcane always remind Ira of why their empire spanned so far and why their subjects feared or worshipped them. Seraphics were not just dragonoids, but living embodiments of the arcane. With a shake of her head, Ira forced herself to refocus on the task. She still had her own objectives to complete and targets to engage. Gawking at forces far beyond her was not something she could afford at the moment. So the Wyvern commander reached to the side of Scotty, unsheathed her blade staff, and began concentrating her power on the large focusing stone embedded in it. As she sped towards the dragons acting as the opfer at a lower altitude, Ira started to chant a spell in her mind to prepare herself for what she was about to unleash. Ira furrowed her brow as she mustered all of her brain power to accurately recite the illusion spell that the Duchess's mages had literally forced into her head. The incantations felt strange on her tongue. They were of a branch of magic that Ira had zero experience in, but it was abundantly clear that this spell was imperative for everyone to learn. As she began to vocalize the spell, a smoky white light whiffed from her focusing stone, and at the same time, the very same light lit up on every blade stave of every rider in the sky. The air filled with a chorus of voices, all chanting in unison. Ercalid, Thargiliath, Mathalagos. The words seemed to ripple through the air like a tremorous wave as Ira and her cohorts stabbed their blade staves forward. Some of the riders failed to fully actuate the spell, having their waves of mana fizzle out into nothingness, but most channeled their will and formed the shape they were looking for. A moment later, a dazzling amalgamation of light erupted 100 or so meters in front of Ira, conjuring a rough mirror image of her wyvern flapping in the sky. The illusion was irregular, holding inaccurate proportions and a ghostly form that appeared mostly translucent, but the image was still unmistakable. More importantly, the spell carried weight, and the distorted airflow left in the image's wake caused Scotty to make fine-tuned wing adjustments. Impressed with her improvement, Ira let loose a giddy cheer. Her illusions, shape, and fluidity increased significantly from the last time she cast this spell. The Wyvern commander's sentiment seemed to be shared throughout the flight as the swarm of wyverns had, quite literally, doubled in size. The quality varied. Some of the actual illusionists managed to cast near-perfect replicas after tutelage from the Duchess mages, while others were hazy and indistinct like her own, but the overall effect was undeniably impressive. Where once there had been a formidable force hurtling, now there appeared to be an overwhelming one. Ira grinned viciously at the fake swarm ahead. She didn't quite know why this would be that useful, but the Wyvern commander assumed it would make for an excellent weapon on the first pass with the enemy. Once they come to emerge, their opponents would be confused and start attacking the replicates, while the Real riders went in for the kill. As they flew towards the dragons acting as the opposing force, Ira couldn't help but wonder how these tactics would fare against the invaders. Would these ambushes be practical or even necessary against them? She read of their strange weapons, but found it hard to believe anything other than overwhelming success with the amount of draconics and seraphics on the field. However, as the thoughts of invincibility went through her head, Ira knew to step back and not let such foolishness take root. Instead, she focused on the growing anxiety that began to gnaw at her, especially when her gaze returned to the two massive and most likely ancient seraphic dragons deflecting oversized magic missiles like child's play. Not only had those pompous feathered bastards bothered to show up, but they were also actively participating in these drills. To put the icing on the cake, they were even taking it seriously enough to lower themselves to allow mages to use them as target practice. If they took this new enemy that seriously, then, their threat must have been significant. A chill ran down Ira's spine as she tightened her grip on the guiding handles on Scotty's saddle. She had always known, somewhere in the back of her mind, that something big was coming. But now, as she flew through the sky surrounded by the Empire's mightiest forces, the reality of the situation truly began to sink in. If something was dangerous enough to drive a celestial dragon away, along with its contingent of thralls. Ira shook her head and focused her attention forward on a dragon that was a little over 2,000 meters away. She didn't have time to dwell on silly questions. She needed to put these new tactics to the test and master them. Isilgur, Redainer, Pilangalu. The chant for a magic missile spell left her lips as she shot her blade staff forward again, throwing a narrow red light toward her target. Duchess Varasha tilted her head while the dragonkin scanned the skies with her piercing golden eyes. She seemed to try to bore a hole in the sky with an apparent look of disdain before finally huffing in agitation and striding through the bustling encampment she set out to inspect. The air was thick with the sounds of construction as levy men, knights, and laborers worked together to reinforce the walls of what was the beginnings of a bunker. Every once in a while, the crackle of magic, coupled with thunderous crashes, rang out as construction and earth mages did their best to speed up the process. Everywhere the Duchess looked, she saw exhausted men and women running around to perform their new duties. The base itself was one of many massive sprawls of tents and temporary buildings quickly transforming into underground complexes, all of which were under her command. Excuse me, ma'am." An exhausted levy man groaned as he stumbled past her, carrying boxes stacked higher than he could reasonably see past. Varasha's protective entourage gripped their blades intently, glowering at the man. The only thing that kept the laborers' head attached to their shoulders was the seemingly impassive look on the Duchess' face, along with their raised hand, which indicated that they were to stand down. A flaming huff left Varasha's snout as she glared indignantly at the filthy laborer as he shuffled past her. The Duchess shook her head before continuing her own pace towards the commander's tent, unable to believe the lack of decorum amongst the people in the face of their superior. However, despite her ruthless nature, Varasha wasn't so undignified and petty to stoop so low as to punish some poor wretch for the mere offense of arduous labor. It was another point of contention she would have to raise with this camp's general. Seeing the rather unprecedented move of the men and women who harbored insignificant standing discarding their armor in favor of more practical attire was interesting. Champions, knights, and ranked warriors worked alongside the common folk, toiling away with picks or shovels. Even the mages fared no better. Their hands were covered in the glow of arcane energy instead of filth, but they still tended to the same tasks. She had been the one to order that every base, camp, and outpost be turned subterranean, but Varasha still couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the method used to accomplish her will. The order raised eyebrows and sparked heated debates among her ground commanders, to the point Varasha had initially questioned the wisdom of such a drastic change in tactics. However, she declared the order a noble decree that could not be disobeyed. No matter what argument her generals had made, regardless of how compelling they were, the Duchess would not entertain any dissent. No one else could see it, but they were locked into a battle of death, with no hope of help from their precious empire. Everyone except Varasha could see they had intended everyone in these damnable lands to be a sacrifice. An offering like peasants laying a babe to sate a feral wyvern, all for the sake of seeing how these strange new invaders fought. The Duchess didn't blame them, however. The people of these lands, even her own officers and officials, were sheltered from the fact that the royal family was only royal in name. Conniving, deceptive, and manipulative snakes whose only redeeming quality and claim to legitimacy was the blood that flowed through their veins, and even then, Varasha thought it rancid. Varasha's lips curled into a sneer as she thought of the Empire's so-called leaders. Those inbred stillborns had thrown her to the wolves and incompetent allies that weren't even beholden to her commander. Sure, she was given command of a decent amount of imperial dragons and ground drakes, but what good would that be if her flanks weren't protected? It was obvious they had set her up to fail, while simultaneously her just enough to see how these otherworldly invaders fought against a determined enemy. That foul bastard Varian also knew that the Duchess was no fool and would heed battle reports from that cur, Korthax's ill-fated venture across the rift, and note the unprecedented caution in the Empire's subsequent actions. And to make matters worse, the Duchess had just received word that she had apparently sworn absolute allegiance to her Emperor and had offered to make the entirety of the savage lands her dominion to defend. It was, of course, Varian's uncouth plot to prevent any unwanted actions from one of his most potent political rivals, and even as far as forcing her entire family into this damnable hellhole. Her younglings included. the message had been loud and clear. Barasha and her kin were to be the sacrificial lambs, meant to buy time and information for the Empire at the cost of their lives. The Duchess's claws dug into her palms as she clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of flame in her frustration. She knew that any sign of weakness or dissent would be swiftly exploited by those within arm's reach who wanted to put a knife in her back. However, at this current moment, her political downfall was not the most pressing matter she had to tend to. The issue of surviving the looming storm was her number one priority, especially when she and her generals had seized upon one fact. These foreign invaders had contested a celestial dragon and its entourage in aerial combat. Such a feat was not only extremely rare but also almost unheard of outside of legends for everyone other than the much longer-lived races. Regardless, the implications of such a report were terrifying if true. Losing control of their airspace spelled absolute disaster for ground forces. Their tactics revolved heavily around maintaining air superiority and using their dragons and wyverns to dismantle their enemies systematically. If they lose the air, what hope will their formations have in light of the enemy's air power? They had to at least contest it, or else their ground forces would be worse than useless, and they couldn't afford to throw away any resources or manpower. They had to adapt. And so, they dug. Just outside the commander's tent, Barasha came to an abrupt halt, causing her escort to take a protective bubble around her as she looked up towards the sky. Above her eyes caught the message had been loud and clear. Barasha and her kin were to be the sacrificial lambs, meant to buy time and information for the Empire at the cost of their lives. The Duchess's claws dug into her palms as she clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of flame in her frustration. She knew that any sign of weakness or dissent would be swiftly exploited by those within arm's reach who wanted to put a knife in her back. However, at this current moment, her political downfall was not the most pressing matter she had to tend to. The issue of surviving the looming storm was her number one priority, especially when she and her generals had seized upon one fact. These foreign invaders had contested a celestial dragon and its entourage in aerial combat. Such a feat was not only extremely rare but also almost unheard of outside of legends for everyone other than the much longer-lived races. Regardless, the implications of such a report were terrifying if true. Losing control of their airspace spelled absolute disaster for ground forces. Their tactics revolved heavily around maintaining air superiority and using their dragons and wyverns to dismantle their enemies systematically. If they lose the air, what hope will their formations have in light of the enemy's air power? They had to at least contest it, or else their ground forces would be worse than useless, and they couldn't afford to throw away any resources or manpower. They had to adapt. And so, they dug. Just outside the commander's tent, Barasha came to an abrupt halt, causing her escort to take a protective bubble around her as she looked up towards the sky. Above her eyes caught the sight of the hordes of wyverns soaring at breakneck speeds into the air, accompanied by pillars of light that shot past them. Each pillar of densely packed magic arced through the skies, manipulated by Barasha's very own family. The young seraphic dragons of her house kept their iridescent orbs pointed upwards as they felt the threads of mystics connect them to the group cast magic and guided the deadly beams towards their designated targets. This system was as marvel as it was useless. There were no beings capable of connecting or manipulating magic to such a degree other than the mana-sensitive seraphic dragons. And there had been no need so outside of the particular scenario of guiding magic into a target out of their reach. Because who in their right mind would bother with this other than Barasha? She only needed it to hit targets that were supposedly out of reach of any of her kind. Which in itself was madness, to the degree of being laughable. Ridiculous. Squinting towards the starry heavens, Barasha's superior draconic eyes scanned each spot of light until they landed on the largest of her seraphic dragon cousins who circled high above, serving as targets for this exercise. The two poor souls were always bitter that they were passed up for the honor of being the head of houses, but the hot-headed temperament of purebloods never ended well when in charge of, well, anything really. So the honor had been passed down to her, a dragonkin that held the blood of royals and gods. The very same blood that ran in the veins of that filthy degenerate Varian. As her face soured when she thought upon the source of all her misery and misfortunes, a voice suddenly cut through her thoughts. "My Lady Duchess," came the respectful address. Barasha turned to see a sun-elf man with long pitch-black hair that was tied into a ponytail kneeling before her. "Your Grace," the man continued, his voice filled with deference, "I am deeply honored by your presence here today." He raised his head to show two deep silver eyes and a trim, rough beard that showed he had little time to groom himself. To have you personally inspect our progress, it is a privilege beyond measure. Regarding the elf coolly with her impassive draconic features, Varasha harumphed at the man before flicking her hand in an upward motion. Rise, General Alindra, she commanded. Have the subterranean defenses met our specifications? General Alindra rose to his full height and did his best to present a dignified presence, despite his unkempt state. He then looked at his aides hesitantly, before bowing his head in deference. Right away, my lady, he said, motioning for the Duchess to follow him before leading her inside the heavily guarded command tent. Inside, a massive battle map sprawled across a table, detailing the entire battle space from the Rift to Alden Shore. Your Grace, at the core of our strategy, is a vast network of underground tunnels and chambers, Alindra began respectfully as the battle map hummed to life, projection forests, roadways, unit locations, and estimated lines where they would hold. Our geomancers and laborers are creating connections between each subterranean base, outpost, and potential point of contact. The general began pointing at the 3D representation with his finger, causing each to highlight almost telepathically. We have theorized that the enemy would be stalled before they get to our actual lines, but should they break through? The valley that contained the literary of roads leading to the heart of friendly territory was suddenly covered in fog. We have established small, heavily fortified positions, with trenches and tunnels throughout the forests that have easy access to each road. He said, standing proud. These networks will be our lifeblood, allowing swift movement of troops, supplies, and mages without interference from enemy wyverns or other air assets. We hope to allow mages and mana-capable warriors to launch deadly attacks along key supply routes and roads while levy men engage the enemy en masse, bogging down the enemy with bodies while making our positions difficult to defeat. The general then looked around towards his aides, who seemed equally confident in his presentation. We believe that this will force the enemy to engage these trench systems or be threatened by their mere existence and buy us valuable time to win the air war. Varasha hummed with interest, but raised a concern. Putting fortifications and trenches in the middle of nowhere makes our people sitting ducks. I'm not fond of wasting resources so frivolously, she said, waving dismissively. Alindra nodded. We've accounted for that too, Your Grace. He said, motioning to one of his aides, an older human woman, who stepped forward and saluted while bowing her head in deference. The aide remained silent, though. The human felt a lump in her throat now that she was in front of someone as terrifying and notorious as Duchess Varasha. She had learned about her short temper and vicious tongue, and now that this aide needed to present herself, she suddenly found that the cat had her tongue. Why, Your Grace? The false encampments, I mean. She stammered as she looked to her general for help, who gave her an encouraging nod. Your Grace, we have created false encampments and illusory forces in strategically insignificant locations while simultaneously camouflaging real ones. She said after finally managing to gather her wits. By utilizing our geomancers, shamans, and mystics, we aim to sow confusion among the enemy ranks during their advance and lead them down dead ends instead of towards important logistical hubs we are building in the towns of Brakenmere or Glensworth. The Duchess remained quiet, patiently listening to the woman as she gave her poorly executed presentation, but Varasha still listened intently. Her eyes narrowed at the aide as she dissected the plan. It was unconventional and far from traditional warfare most of her peerage would be familiar with, but after her campaign against the Towery, Varasha could see the value. There was much to be desired, but it addressed their vulnerabilities against an unknown enemy with potential aerial superiority. However, something was still bothering the Duchess. It was like a nagging feeling gnawed at Varasha's mind as she contemplated what she knew of the enemy from the literal plague of otherworlds that roamed the countryside. Over her multiple millennia of life, she had overseen countless wars and subjugations, and experience had taught her that the most important aspect of war was indeed protecting your logistics. However, there was another aspect that most people in leadership seemed to forget, either waving it off as insignificant or beneath them due to standing. But Varasha had learned firsthand that morale was the second most important factor in war, especially when it came to the conscription of the common folk. No matter how well you craft your strategy or supply your troops, it would all be meaningless if your forces weren't motivated to fight. You could be mere days from victory, and everything could fall apart in the blink of an eye if the soldiers carrying your banner lacked the will to see the fight through. Varasha's piercing gaze remained fixated on the aide as if boring a hole through her skull as she considered the state of the men and women in this camp. She soon turned her gaze back to General Elindra and spoke with a note of concern that was rare for one like the Duchess. What of morale, General? How motivated are our men to execute these orders? General Elindra seemed taken aback by the question as his mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping in the air. His hesitation wasn't lost on the Duchess and spoke volumes of a situation far worse than Varasha had realized. Your Grace, he paused, trying to find the best way to answer this question as he shifted uncomfortably, I must confess that the measures we've taken to keep the Levi men in line have been severe, he began in a strained voice. The man in question seemed to gulp as his hand scratched at his beard, subconsciously visibly. We've resorted to beatings and ration deprivation, Your Grace. Specifically of those who speak of disobedience or show laziness. The Duchess' eye visibly twitched under the answer as she stared at her general. It was just as she feared. They were cultivating an army that would rout at the first sign of difficulty, and Varasha was more than sure that the battles ahead would be far more challenging than even she could predict. After a few long minutes of silence, General Elmdira's liege finally spoke. We'll need to make some changes, General. Her voice had a twinge of disappointment, but she still held a steady and calm temperament as she issued new directives. From now on, the men and women of this military will only be flogged for overt insubordination and stop revoking their rations. The tent had become deathly silent as the officers and aides gave each other a skeptical look, but Varasha wasn't done. She held a single clawed finger to her snout, tapping her jaw as she thought more about the issue. What is their current pay? Unsure how to respond, General Elindra looked at his aides as if trying to confirm he was hearing the same thing they were. To have a lord or lady interject themselves into the discipline of one's own troops was unheard of, and he somewhat took offense to it. Nevertheless, he straightened himself out and replied, including combat pay, the levied are making 50 copper a month, Your Grace. A hum left Varasha's mouth as her eyes darted to each tense face in the tent. Each one of them spoke of how they thought of these new directives. But the Duchess cared very little of what they thought as she continued to give instructions. Increase their pay to 5 silver a month for each of the levied, 10 silver for anyone of the elevated station. She said to mouths falling and eyes going wide. Everyone seemed stunned at the order, including Varasha's guards, but she wasn't done yet. Before anyone could get a word, she wagged her finger in the air. As a matter of fact, pay the families of the fallen 1 gold coin a year for 10 years. She ordered as she began to pace. My Grace. The general's eyes widened, and he began to protest, but Varasha held up a hand to stop them. Stop. I'm not so daft to expect you to pay them with money you do not possess, she stated, pointing a manicured talon at the general. I will pay them out of my own coffers. Varasha's gaze then hardened. I want to ensure that even the most lowly and vile to stand and fight. Elindra looked stunned by the declaration. He thought the Duchess was touched by madness as he extended his hand to speak sense into her. Your Grace, Elindra said, his voice filled shaking hesitation, you can't be serious? The sheer amount of coin required would. Be silent, knave. Varasha hissed in outrage at being questioned by her subordinate. The expense is nothing compared to what we stand to lose if we fail, General. A well-paid, well-fed army fights harder and longer than one driven by fear alone. She snapped, criticizing his methods as her eyes narrowed at those gathered as if dissecting them. We cannot afford to be stingy or reluctant to invest in our own success. Our situation is far more dire than any of you realize. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the room, noting the tension in her subordinates' postures. Let me remove all pretense about our relationship, you are to do as I command, or I shall have you gagged and bound as feed for my drakes. She hissed in unbridled fury, causing several officers to shift uncomfortably. Varasha's eyes flashed with unbridled fury as heads lowered from such a visceral reaction. The Dragonkin's plumage flared, and her claws ended entirely as she did her best not to take the heads of those around her. Let us not delude ourselves, the Duchess continued in a low and dangerous tone. The Empire has abandoned us. There will be no reinforcements, counter-offensive, or mythical hero to save the day. Searing flames blew out of her feathered snout as she growled. We are fighting for our very survival and should act as such. Seeing that everyone had been sufficiently cowed, Varasha straightened her posture and retracted her claws with a harumph as she looked down on her people in a haughty yet regal manner. General Elindra, see to it that my will is done. Implement these changes immediately. Her voice rang out, clear and commanding. General Alindra, recognizing that the Duchess won't take even a hint of dissent, went down on one knee and deeply bowed. "As you command, Your Grace." "It shall be done," he answered, making sure his tone was full of deep respect. It didn't matter what he thought about these changes, he knew if he gave one more voice of complaint or the Duchess caught a hint of dissent, his head would soon depart from his shoulders. He didn't quite believe they were fully abandoned or on their own, but it wasn't his place to agree with his new directives. He only needed to carry them out. The Duchess didn't even acknowledge Alindra as he prostrated himself. Instead, her piercing gaze swept across the room, taking in the other officers and nobles, silently demanding they do the same. One by one, they, too, sank to their knees, bowing their heads in a show of submission to her authority. Barasha allowed the moment to linger as the weight of her presence settled over the room like a heavy mantle. Then, with a haughty huff that spoke volumes of her disdain, she snapped around on her heels, causing her cloak to billow behind her, and marched out. Her escort gave their own sinister and hateful glares, before turning and chasing after the Duchess, leaving a wake of odd silence. First Lieutenant DuPont leaned back against the cool walls of the rumbling of the Bradley fight vehicle he was riding in with his eyes closed, dreaming of being anywhere else other than this cramped piece of shit. Hell, the man would have preferred sitting in a deep, dark, and dank foxhole rather than being smoothed shoulder to shoulder with his equally cramped and equally irritated soldiers. To make matters worse, their mountains of gear took up the space they would have had to spread the legs. This usually wouldn't have been a problem given any other training exercise, but right now, they were simulating an assault on a position before supply lines had been established. At least this wasn't as bad as it could have been. They weren't conducting this maneuver in full nuclear, biological, and chemical, NBC, kit. Just imagining suffocating in what essentially equated to a full-body BDSM suit and a gas mask while in a cramped and stuffy box with 4 or 5 other people made DuPont's skin crawl. However, the thoughts on the finer aspects of the suck were soon washed away by the voice of the Bradley's commander coming over the net through his headset. "Lieutenant, I think we're coming into visual of a few structures." Hoffman, the vehicle commander of this Bradley, voiced over the din of the rumble of Bradley's engine. "Fits the description of the forts the scouts found earlier." DuPont turned his head and did his best to take a peek of the commander's screen, but the turret soon rotated, turning it out of view. A click of annoyance left the lieutenant's mouth, but he wouldn't take any risks, so the man switched frequencies on his radio and clacked down on his push-to-talk. "Bravo Actual, this is Bravo 2 Actual," DuPont said smoothly as he tapped the leg of one of his infantrymen and indicated non-verbally to get ready. "How copy, over." "Bravo 2 Actual, this is Bravo Actual." "Send traffic, over," the company commander's voice crackled over the radio. The soldiers in the Bradley started to shift in anticipation as they racked their weapons and checked their gear. "Bravo Actual, Bravo 2 Actual. We have visual on structures matching scout reports of enemy fortifications." "Preparing to engage, over," DuPont reported, his voice steady despite the tension building in the confined space of the Bradley. "Bravo 2 Actual, Bravo Actual." "Roger that. Proceed with caution." The company commander's response was suddenly cut short as Hoffman immediately caught everyone else's attention. "Driver, stop. Infantry out in the open, 500. In an instant, the Bradley stopped just in front of a shallow berm as its turret swung rapidly toward where the commander's sight was pointed. The gunner, Sergeant Kim, called out as their Bradley came to an abrupt halt, on the way. The Bradley shuddered as the 25mm autocannon roared to life, sending death and hatred downrange, while its occupants visibly stiffened. Everyone who wasn't a part of the vehicle's crew looked to the door, wanting to get out, while Hoffman shouted commands at his crew. Without missing a beat, DuPont immediately clacked his push-to-talk button, his voice taut with urgency. "Bravo Actual, Bravo 2 Actual. Contact. We are engaged." It didn't take much longer for similar reports to come over the net as other Bradleys started opening up with their own cannons. But a thunderous thump reverberated through the aluminum hull of the Bradley as a nearby Abrams opened up with its main gun. The bone-rattling blast seemed to overpower every other sound as the soldiers within the Bradley continued to shift and orient themselves toward the ramp. They were fueled more by the desire not to be cramped inside of a tiny box than the excitement to get out, and if DuPont was honest with himself, he wanted nothing else. He'd rather be out there face first in the mud and rain than packed like a can of sardines. "Identify, Walker, 1000. Hoffman shouted as his screen fixated on the shape of a wingless dragon. Tow. At the same time, the turret of the Bradley once again spun in the direction of the commander's sight. Sergeant Kim toggled the Bradley's weapon system switch to tow mode, preparing the missile launcher for engagement. Identified, he shouted when he saw the stationary four-legged monster. A moment passed as the tow launcher actuated and maneuvered into place, while Kim painted the target with his crosshair. On the way, the gunner yelled as a muffled thud echoed throughout the vehicle. Both the gunner and commander watched as the missile wobbled slightly in the air as it followed the laser's focus. Just as the missile impacted the target, Hoffman toggled the switch to lower the Bradley ramp and looked over his shoulder. Go. Go. Dismount. He yelled as light flooded into the vehicle. Dismount, we're in defilade. Dismount. Dismount. Get the fuck out of the Bradley. DuPont echoed the order as he began pushing the back of his soldiers, helping them squeeze out of the vehicle. The soldiers crammed in the back of the armored vehicles basically stumbled off the ramp with one unfortunate soul, eating it completely as he went face-first into the mud. As he tried to get himself up, DuPont grabbed him by his plate carrier and hauled him to his feet just as a massive and blinding fireball erupted from an advancing M1A2 Abrams. Soldiers from other squads started pouring out of their own Bradleys before orienting themselves towards supposed enemy contact and lighting up anything they saw. They were operating under the assumption that they were in a free fire zone, so anything that didn't look like it even remotely belonged on Earth was promptly dispatched. However, this training scenario was relatively unique. Out of the corner of their eyes, appearing from seemingly nowhere were hazy-looking humanoids sliding across the ground as if mimicking human sprinting. The strangeness of this new encounter only lasted a second as soldiers promptly lifted their weapons and riddled these strange light-based humanoids. Even DuPont couldn't help but feel an intense, uncanny feeling as he engaged these strange, new enemies, snapping his rifle from one target to the next. He knew that the army had enlisted a few of those magic bunny girls to help simulate cracked-out swordsmen running at them, but he still couldn't help but find it all surreal. With the new threat neutralized, DuPont shifted himself toward the original objective of the assault on this structure. However, a pair of rabbit ears attached to a curious head caught his attention. He stared slack-jawed as bullets zipped around the protective trench line just behind where those strange apparitions were to show a curious head looking around. The lieutenant opened his mouth to call a ceasefire, but before he could get a word out, a pair of hands grabbed the ears from below, yanking them down unceremoniously and eliciting a pained squeak. DuPont blinked in disbelief. He was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of someone doing something so stupid during a live fire exercise, like sticking their head out into the firing line. He shook his head and closed his mouth, imagining how badly she would be chewed out by whoever headed this exercise. He knew he'd have to report the incident, but there were more pressing matters. Turning his attention back to the primary objective and clacked down on his push to talk. All Bravo elements consolidate on the berm, he barked, gesturing towards the mound of dirt in the distance as he pushed himself off the knee and took off running. As the lieutenant and his men sprinted for the berm, he took the time to peer around the battlefield and couldn't help but marvel at the symphony of chaos. The cacophony of cannon fire, explosions, and machine guns echoed around them as he and his soldiers slammed into the protective dirt mound as tracers zipped across the battle space. Looking over the top, DuPont could see a rough construction that vaguely resembled a castle, surrounded by dragon cutouts with 25mm tracers and the giant balls of fire that were an inert 120mm round tearing through them. Nelson. Brown. This side. DuPont yelled out for his M240 gunners and jutted his entire arm in the direction he wanted them to start firing. The two soldiers quickly approached their lieutenant just as another platoon maneuvered to assault the objective. It didn't take long for the two gunners to slam their machine guns tripod on the top of the berm and let loose a veritable barrage of rounds towards the representation of the enemy in the distance. As the M240 team started suppressing targets, DuPont lifted his own rifle and started engaging any cutout he saw. However, as he went down to reload, the lieutenant caught sight of the fresh blood within his own platoon. It was always surreal that he had to replace men that used to be, but what really caught him off guard was the sheer number of people that were taking part in this exercise. A little over half a year ago, his battalion had to make do with a severely understrength unit, but now, they were not only at full capacity, but there had been an overwhelming surplus of bodies clamoring to get in. The entire military as a whole had, in fact, been completely overwhelmed by not just veterans re-enlisting, but fresh blood pouring into the ranks at a rate never seen since 9/11. This, however, was a point DuPont contested. He knew things were a lot worse. He had learned through the grapevine that the entire onboarding apparatus for the military was so overburdened that new recruits were fighting tooth and nail for just a chance to sign a contract within the year. This wasn't even taking into consideration having to deal with military entrance processing stations and shipping out. These were just verbal promises. The lieutenant couldn't help but reflect on the reasons behind this surge. The attack on American soil, the first since 9/11, had spurred the population into a frenzied bloodlust. But there was more to it than that. DuPont's eyes fell on a few choice members of his platoon, individuals who, in another time, might never have considered military service. The promise of elves, goblins, and catgirls had attracted a whole new demographic to the armed forces. Nevertheless, his musings were soon interrupted by a deafening rocket barrage of an Apache helicopter laying waste to a faraway position before veering off. Snapping back to reality, DuPont turned his attention back to the training exercise and began re-engaging targets when he heard his company commander shouting over the net. "DuPont! Get your boys on that wall and support the breach," his company commander ordered. "Roger that," DuPont replied, pressing down on his push-to-talk button. Taking the initiative, DuPont then rolled over and made his way over to Staff Sergeant Takashi. He smacked his shoulder a few times to get his attention. "Takashi, have you and your squad stay here and provide support by fire," he ordered, but before his staff sergeant could answer, the lieutenant jumped up on top of the berm and repeatedly made a chopping motion toward the supposed fortress. "Get the fuck up. Let's move," he shouted at his men as he marched across the berm, grabbing his men's kit and hauling them up. "Alpha, Bravo, bound up." In unison, the platoon clambered over their cover and joined their lieutenant in a dead sprint across open terrain as Takashi and his squad began to dump everything they had downrange. As the men of Bravo 2 made their assault, the assistant gunner, Brown of the M240 crew, kept a watchful eye on his comrades as he hovered over his Nelson gunner. The man threw out his thumb and pink outwards and jutted his arm toward the lieutenant, using his fingers to measure his location and the outgoing tracers of the barking gun. Cutouts representing guards on the ground and palisades were nearly cut in half by the barrage of incoming fire from DuPont's supporting platoon and several other platoons that were creating hell on earth. But as DuPont reached the zenith of Brown's pinky, the assistant gunner slapped the side of Nelson's head. "Shift fire," he yelled as his gunner kept squeezing the trigger but maneuvered his weapon further away from the rest of his platoon that was performing their assault. DuPont and his men were hauling ass across the open field when the lieutenant finally noticed a contingent of French troops also bounding their way toward the objective. But they did so under cover of their six-wheeled armored personnel carriers, BBMR Griffins, and ran parallel to DuPont's platoon across no man's land. As the horde of soldiers closed the distance with the fort, DuPont looked up to see that Apache was making another pass. It launched another volley of rockets, but before veering off, the droning sound of its main cannon cut away at whatever it was shooting at just before disappearing from view when DuPont hit the wall. The mock battle had hit a fevered pitch as everyone, and everything was oriented in supporting the assault. A cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and shouting echoed around as DuPont navigated his way around the crowded wall as American soldiers peered around the corners of the wall, suppressing whoever or whatever was in the distance. When DuPont finally reached the cluster of soldiers he was looking for, a group of sappers who were fussing with charges along the wall jogged over to see what the next steps were. Before he could get a word out, though, one of the sappers, a Hispanic woman, turned to the group of platoon leader grouping around them. "We're almost ready to blow it," she yelled as she manipulated some det cord. At this point, the French had finally joined them, and their lieutenant approached DuPont, jogged over as his "What is the plan?" The French lieutenant yelled with a thick accent. The lead sapper, First Sergeant Adams, turned and began laying out the plan. "All right, we've got charges set on 2 wall sections," he yelled as loud as he could over the din of battle. "Once they blow, you guys gotta go in hard and fast. You French boy, you take the right breach and immediately head for the main structure." He then turned to DuPont and his sister platoon's lieutenant. "You boys, take the right and secure the courtyard." The French lieutenant nodded, "Compris. We will take CE right breach." Adams continued, "We got drones watching what's inside." He pointed towards the quadcopter high in the sky. "Looks to be heavy resistance inside, so you fire and check your corners. We blow it in 30. Understood." DuPont acknowledged as he looked ahead to see of his last squad bolting to his position with another company covering their approach. Just as they reached the fort, the female sapper turned around and screamed, "Breach in 20 seconds." The French lieutenant turned to his men, rapidly relaying the information in French as he motioned for them to start backing up. DuPont and his men did the same as the sappers began wheeling the reel of det cord. 10 seconds. The female sapper gave one last call as everyone readied themselves, angling their heads downward so their Kevlar helmets would take any debris that might fly in their direction. 3, 2, 1. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. The call rang out, and two earth-shattering explosions rocked the battlefield. The infantry's reaction was immediate. The soldiers didn't even bother shaking off the concussive force they just endured and sprinted towards the openings without a hint of hesitation. DuPont didn't even have to give instructions as several of his soldiers pulled the pins on flashbangs and tossed them through the breaches just before the pointmen made entry. An uncountable amount of small explosions echoed from within the makeshift fort, and a second later, gunfire erupted as the soldiers threw themselves inside as fast as they could. The men fanned out, laying waste to cardboard cutouts and other strange silhouettes shaped like whatever enemy they found during the initial invasion. The Army Corps of Engineers had created a rough but effective replica of a fantasy fortress for this exercise, from the details from raids on the other side of the rift. The exterior walls were made of reinforced plywood and sandbags, painted to resemble stone. The courtyard beyond was a maze of obstacles designed to simulate the layout of a castle laden with the occupants' equipment. Wooden structures representing keeps and towers dotted the courtyard, and their windows filled with pop-up targets. Hay bales and overturned carts were strewn about to represent defenders making their own cover to repel attackers, and in one corner, a raised platform simulated a wizard's tower, complete with cardboard cutouts of robed figures casting spells. Clear left. Watch that tower. Movement second floor. Soldiers yelled commands and concise situation reports as they quickly and efficiently moved through the courtyard. The targets within the building itself were completely obliterated as bullets ripped them to shreds, and soldiers tore away at the targets to indicate they were neutralized. In what seemed like a flash, the courtyard was flooded with people as the French troops mirrored the Americans, firing and maneuvering toward the keep proper to overrun it quickly. Once inside the fortress, DuPont spotted more elaborate setups all over the place. One area was filled with strobe lights and fog machines representing magical effects. Another area represented strange, large beasts and obstacles spread throughout the courtyard that required the soldiers to navigate through. Despite the fantastical elements, the exercise remained grounded in the tactics that soldiers were already intimately familiar with. A few changes had been made to account for the more melee-centric warfare they were more than likely to encounter, but the essence of this new standard operating procedure, SOP, remained the same. At least for now. Regardless of what SOP the assault teams honed their muscle memory on, they kept in the back of their minds that actual combat would be absolutely nothing like their training. Even as they hit their corners hard, the men of the American and French brigades taking part in this exercise knew that all of it would go out the window on first contact and new SOPs would be learned in blood. However, no matter what they drilled, one core operational philosophy remained true: speed, surprise, and the violence of action were the only dogmas they could rely on in combat. It wasn't long before DuPont's platoon and the other American forces secured the courtyard, enabling the French to clear the first compound's bottom floor systematically. With the open secured, more soldiers flooded through the breached walls, and teams quickly organized to assault other buildings spread throughout the fort. Along with the infantry were the French Griffins, who barreled through the larger opening and into the courtyard, adding another layer of firepower as their turrets swiveled to potential threat areas. With the courtyard under control, DuPont turned to watch as the upper floors were slowly and methodically cleared, with rifles, machine guns, and cannons pointed at every window. It was a surreal experience, like witnessing a symphony of orchestrated chaos. Explosions from grenades were tossed into rooms reverberated through the wood and stone, gunfire echoing out of the windows and silhouettes from soldiers, plying room painted an orderly discord that was almost hypnotic. Every individual unit, from the company level all the way down to the fire team, acted independently yet almost in lockstep as they worked. DuPont couldn't help but think about one particular sentiment that was universal across the military, but it was especially true for the Army. Leadership in the armed forces could ruin anything, including a day out to the beach. But when it came to combat, they truly knew how to party. Just as that thought crossed his mind, shouts from inside the structure reached the lieutenant's ears as the team leaders from the assaulting units slowly called out that their buildings were clear over the net. Soon, it became apparent that they had completed their objective and had completely overrun the fort, so their initial role in this specific battle came to a close, and now they were awaiting further orders. However, the sounds of exercise continued to rage as heavy weaponry continued to fill the air with its awful noise. Cannons bellowed, tracks rumbles and explosions shook the ground as more American-French troops maneuvered throughout the training grounds. He came to a stand and allowed himself a moment to take a breath as his eyes swept over to the casualties scattered throughout the courtyard. Medics swarmed all around them, treating simulated wounds, trying to build some more practical muscle memory before the real deal kicked off. As DuPont surveyed the shoddily constructed fort, Staff Sergeant Takashi made his way over with an impassive look. "Sir, what do you think are the chances of us actually taking over castles like this on the other side?" The squad leader asked in a tone that was mixed with curiosity and skepticism. "You think they set up their defenses with fucking light strobes and dry ice?" The lieutenant snorted as his eyes scanned the setup around them. The lights and fog machines simulating magical effects felt more like they were having a rave than being a representation of wherever the hell they were destined to go. "Fuck no," he replied, his voice gruff. "Intel's been all over the place. One minute they're talking about medieval castles and then trenches, but now we're hearing some bullshit about giant floating buildings." Takashi's eyes fluttered momentarily as if he were experiencing mental overload. At first, he thought the lieutenant was joking around, but DuPont's severe expression told of another story. "What? Like a fucking airship or something?" Takashi's face scrunched up in disbelief, as if the very concept was causing him physical pain to imagine. DuPont's face was a mask of resigned confusion as he just shrugged. "Hell if I know. Command's been switching up what we should expect on the other side every other goddamn day." He basically spat. "There's no way to get a handle on whatever in the hell is happening over there." As they spoke, several more vehicles slowly made their way through the massive holes they'd blown in the fort's walls. Now that the fort had been secured, medics and idle soldiers ran around to set up a makeshift casualty collection point. Peering around further, DuPont watched the scattered remains of what he assumed was a castle quickly turn into a hub of organized chaos as medics and support staff rushed to erect tents. "You know what?" he suddenly spoke, turning to his staff sergeant. "I can't even say that I would be surprised if we end up finding out fairies and the Wizard of fucking Oz is real or some shit." He grumbled while reaching into his pouch and pulled out a fresh magazine. "Imagine finding if we find the Tin Man or Dorothy there." The lieutenant chuckled before he caught the sight of their company commander, Major Ward, striding purposefully towards them. Ward's face was the very definition of incredulity as he marched over, throwing his hands around, barking at soldiers around him in a flustered fashion. "Get your shit together. We're moving out." His voice carried over the din of battle, sharp and commanding. Turning to DuPont, Ward's tone didn't soften. "DuPont. Link back up with your Bradleys. We've got new tasking." DuPont nodded sharply, his mind already shifting gears. "Roger that, sir." "What are we hitting?" he replied, slapping the new mag in his rifle. The major opened his mouth for a moment before closing it. He didn't quite want to say it for fear of sounding like a crazy person, but orders were orders. "Intel has picked up something big. We are to simulate an assault on a," he paused before his eye twitched. "Floating fortress." A heavy silence fell over the three men as they stood there, staring at each other awkwardly. The absurdity of what was just said seemed to be in the air like a dense fog. Ward's eye started to twitch slightly, Takashi seemed to cringe slightly, and DuPont's face remained frozen in his best attempt to keep the insanity from getting to him. "Roger that, sir." DuPont was the first to break the uncomfortable silence as he pretended it was the most logical order to be given. He deemed that just sweeping the ridiculousness of attacking a floating fortress under the rug and handling it with as much professional decorum as possible was the correct path forward. The near-casual and absurd acknowledgement seemed to snap both Major Ward and Staff Sergeant Takashi back to reality as the two shifted to start moving. Ward gave a curt nod, clearly grateful for DuPont's ability to roll with the punches, and marched off to organize the rest of his men. While Takashi just stood there, unsure of what to do next. "What the fuck?" Takashi voiced his disbelief. Once again, DuPont simply threw up his hands as if he had already given up long ago and walked off to get to work. This is it, Toivonen hummed with interest as she sat in the passenger seat of a car, poring over the latest reports from her special operations team. We need to debrief these guys. The world seemed to blur past her as Toivonen scrolled through her phone with hunger in her eyes and marveled at how this ODA team single-handedly outperformed every one of her paramilitary officers. She didn't know if their actions were intentional or not, but they were paving the way for future intelligence officers and building the very infrastructure for a spy network. Toivonen couldn't even count how often she read their reports, but whenever she went over them again, she always found some new detail she could capitalize on. However, the other problem was she was just a distant observer. But if she managed to get control of Patrick Coleman, then the sky was the limit. An unhinged and unsteady breath left Toivonen's mouth as she bit her lip. Opening a dossier that Obsidian Spike had constructed on her phone, Toivonen furrowed her brow in thought as she scrolled through it. Azaleen. The intelligence officer tried to sound out the name. She wasn't quite as fluent as she'd like in this alien language, so she couldn't be certain of its pronunciation, but she needed to try at the very least. Familiarizing herself with all these new players was paramount because this Azaleen was a mercenary with suspected connections to a larger crime organization. That fact alone made her a priority target for their plans moving forward, and she needed to get claws into her. As Toivonen continued to go through the dossier, she sifted through the uncountable pictures snapped of her. This blonde elf evidently preferred to be around her favorite Special Forces team, either lounging in the back of one of their vehicles or aimlessly wandering around with one of the members. However, she noticed it was always a particular team member this Azaleen chose to be around the most, and he was a particularly troublesome individual. In fact, it was explicitly stated that the local listened to no one but the most troublesome person on the team. What's the connection here? She grumbled as she tapped away at her phone, looking through this ODA's files again. This had always puzzled her, but she never really had the time to think about it before being ripped away from the veritable mountain of other situations she had to handle. However, now that she had an hour or two to sit in a car and think, she couldn't help but wonder just why in the world the local pickup would be more smitten with this guy. Why would she stick to some rogue operator who bordered on being a thug instead of the team leader who would be calling the shots here? Was Coleman really calling the shots? Toivonen had been keeping an eye on Coleman for a while now. She had rubbed her hands greedily when she read the details of how his unit successfully infiltrated a population center some significance. Not only that, but recent reports were sparse, but they mentioned how he and his team had potentially subverted and turned someone in the town's law enforcement with some influence. This was another incredible milestone that would go a long way toward establishing a foothold in this new world. However, the more Toivonen dug into Major Patrick Coleman's background, the more confused she became. It was suspicious to the point where she had a tough time believing that this team leader played any role other than a passive one in this endeavor. The Major was clean, way too clean. Once more, she read through Coleman's profile. Above-average income and holistic family in Connecticut, captain of his high school football team. Graduated from West Point, Toivonen pinched the bridge of her nose. Bastard reads like the poster child of the all-American boy next door from the goddamn 50s. No way this guy is anything but straight edge, Toivonen said, her fingers transitioning from pinching to rubbing as if she were trying to ward a headache away. The disconnect between Coleman's background and his current actions was too significant. So the question was, how in the world did such a seemingly innocent man brought up in an idealized household develop the skills to subvert and manipulate to such a degree? It just didn't add up. Coleman's file painted a picture of a straight-laced, by-the-book officer who was universally loved by his superiors. He was the kind of man who'd sooner report a jaywalker than negotiate with criminals. Toivonen leaned back in her chair as she thought. In her experience, the operators who excelled in this type of work usually came from more complicated backgrounds. They understood the criminal mindset because they'd lived it or at least brushed up against it. This usually gave them the innate understanding of the darker side of human nature needed to perform more sensitive tasks. But Coleman? His background suggested the most he'd done was underage drinking at a party. There's no way, Toivonen muttered, shaking her head. No fucking way, this Boy Scout just waltzes in and starts flipping thugs and made men in a crime syndicate. It just doesn't happen. The dissonance was jarring. It was like reading about two completely different people that were polar opposites. Toivonen threw one leg over the other, letting it bounce restlessly as she glanced briefly at her driver. How much longer until we arrive, she asked, her voice taut with impatience. 20 more minutes, ma'am, the driver replied, his eyes flicking up at her in the rearview mirror. With a curt nod, Toivonen glanced back down at her phone. She was determined to find out what was happening here in the hello as she started digging through the rest of Coleman's team. There were a couple of candidates, but only 2 individuals stood out to her. The rest were either career soldiers or fresh out of selection, and none of them were particularly noteworthy. Jason Kwan seemed interesting, but his file read more like a guy who went with the flow and never really rocked the boat. And then there was Elijah. Elijah Drake. Her leg bounced as her thoughts honed in on Drake's file. Toivonen never looked that deep into the man other than the cursory background check due to his unusual circumstance in the form of his +1. But now that she's taking a closer look, dots on the graph are starting to line up. Elijah Drake was a troublemaker who bordered on being a renegade. The fact that he was joined at the hip by that immortal fairy thing didn't help. Toivonen's thoughts swirled momentarily as she read what files they had on him, but she quickly realized there wasn't much to go on. She would have to dig deep into him like she did with Coleman. But what she could glean from the limited information, they had painted a picture of a problem child from start to finish. A grimace formed on the intelligence officer's face as she pored over the details of his sealed records. He had a very colorful history with the plethora of gangs of South Los Angeles in California. The arrest reports and investigation files painted a vivid picture, even if nothing ever stuck to the man. Toivonen wasn't one to judge someone born in such an environment, but she couldn't help but wonder how he'd slipped through the system's cracks. Despite multiple arrests and ongoing investigations, his record was technically clean. Whatever strings he'd pulled to make it all disappear must have been impressive. She found herself both intrigued and unsettled by the question, what did he do, or what kind of information could he have traded to wipe his slate so thoroughly? Whatever the reason, the involvement of both the U.S. Marshals Service and the FBI hinted at a significant case, perhaps the takedown of a major gang's criminal operation. Whatever it was, they'd locked it away tight and made it virtually inaccessible. Besides his alleged criminal history, Elijah's story reads like some kind of fever dream. It seemed this guy managed to bypass checks and balances that would flag him as a no-go, but Toivonen assumed this was only due to the Army's desperation for a warm body. However, that wasn't the only anomaly she saw within his dossier. He had not only joined the Army at the height of the Global War on Terror, GWOT, but also managed to secure an 18X contract. The exclusive pipeline that guaranteed and prepped you for Special Forces assessment and selection. Shaking her head, Toivonen read that he not only finished Robin Sage but was drafted directly into their direct action company. Sure, the details of his time in that unit were spotty at best, but his combat performance was quite impressive. However, the operator had a very colorful record with disciplinary action and was a stark contrast to Coleman's squeaky clean background. Toivonen winced as she noticed that Elijah was still just a staff sergeant despite being one of the team's senior soldiers, besides Kwan. The man had not been promoted once since joining, which was highly unusual for someone with his experience. Unless they were a perpetual problem, but too valuable to let go. Something else jumped out at her, though. Elijah served under Colonel Finley, the 5th Special Forces Group Commander when he led a Commanders in Extremis Force, CIF, team as a major. It seemed that Finley was not the biggest fan of dear Elijah, regardless of seeing the value in him, and decided to be the roadblock that prevented him from progressing his career. When Toivonen dug deeper into their unit, she couldn't help but groan. I wish they'd just stick to one goddamn name. She muttered as she saw the multiple asterisks with the litany of names the Special Forces Direct Action Company had used in the past. Suddenly, her driver spoke up, ripping her out of her train of thought. We're here, ma'am. A disgruntled huff left Toivonen's mouth as she turned her phone's screen off and looked up as the vehicle pulled into a heavily guarded lot. The sight of the familiar grounds within Camp Peary met her gaze as she opened the door and stepped out of the car. Turning her head, she saw that the security was a lot tighter than usual, with CIA police sweeping the area, but Toivonen soon spotted a familiar face caught her eye. A rather petite woman with long blonde hair that flowed down her shoulders sauntered over, dressed casually in a camisole and yoga pants. She had her phone in her hand and a smirk on her face while waving happily. You only come to see me when it's work-related, Sophia, the blonde called out, brushing some hair from her face. Toivonen rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress her own smile. You know how it is, Jamie, she replied in a casual and familiar tone. I was pretty much ignored before all this fantasy alien garbage, but now they think I'm some kind of slave. Jamie chuckled as she watched her old friend sigh miserably. Well, at least the aliens are giving you an excuse to visit old friends, she said, pulling Toivonen into a quick hug. Though I have to say, I'm a little hurt you didn't come running to me the moment you found out about elves and magic. Toivonen rolled her eyes with a playful smile. Come running to you, she replied incredulously as they pulled apart. What is a knockoff of some Instagram-obsessed valley girl gonna do? Flirt with them? Toivonen looked her up and down, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Jamie laughed as her blue eyes twinkled with mischief. Well, maybe I wouldn't be the best tactical choice. Isn't being unassuming the point, she retorted, doing a princess-like twirl. I'd make a great case officer. You should see how many people ignore me because I look like some random girl. A hum left Toivonen's mouth for a moment as she put a finger to her chin. Potentially, she replied thoughtfully. Your pet project is going to need a handler, so I might have a need for reliable people in the near future. But, I am impressed by your ability to look like a perpetual sorority girl. She then said with a cheeky smile. What's your secret? The lifeblood of virgins? Ritual sacrifice? Scoffing at the backhanded compliment, Jamie's eyes rolled dramatically. Oh please, get with the times, Grandma. She put her hands on her hips and shot back with a mock glare. It's adrenochrome and eating babies this time around. My secret for eternal youth, huh? Jamie's tone softened as she crossed her arms and thought, I mean, all I do is work out and keep as far away from brass as if they had the bubonic plague. She shrugged. There really wasn't anything else that she was doing, so she didn't have an answer for her. Toivonen's face fell into a tired, pained expression. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. She muttered while her hand scratched at her arm. Over the past half-year, Toivonen had developed many nervous tics due to the overwhelming stress of her new responsibilities. The wrinkles hadn't quite come yet, but she could feel them starting to appear. However, she found a few gray hairs, which nearly made her cry. Speaking of aging faster than one should and our leadership. Toivonen stood up properly and crossed her arms. There are visitors on their way. Big ones. The corner of Jamie's lip shot up in disgust as the bridge of her nose crinkled. She had absolutely no interest in whatever the hell Toivonen was about to drag her into, but seeing as she was already here, Jamie realized she had very little choice in the matter. The director? The words came out more as a bitter accusation than a question. A smirk spread across Toivonen's face as she nodded slowly. And the Secretary of Defense, Director of National Intelligence. She said somewhat happily at the fact that someone else was joining in on her suffering. Jamie groaned and slapped her forehead. Are you serious? But Toivonen wasn't done delivering the terrible news. She continued, pulling up a finger for each important individual that was going to show up. And the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the National Security Advisor. She continued, watching Jamie's usual nonchalant expression turn more and more sour. And a whole host of scientists. Toivonen topped it all off in a triumphant tone. Staring at her supposed friend in disbelief, Jamie opened her mouth to give her a few choice words, but held stopped just before a sound came out. Her mouth flapped like a fish, cycling through whatever curse or derogatory term she wanted to hurl toward Toivonen, but never committed. Finally, after a moment of stunned silence, she found her voice. Jesus Christ, Sophia, what the hell? She asked with a look that said she wanted absolutely no part of what was happening. Too late to escape now. Toivonen cackled evilly and clapped her hands together. Our betters have spoken, she said, walking away from the car and grabbing her hair to tie it in a bun. A slew of muttered curses left Jamie's mouth as she threw her up and slapped them against her thighs in exasperation. You haven't even told me what's happening yet. As she chased after the woman. Toivonen furrowed her brow and slowed to allow Jamie to catch up as she finished fussing with her hair. It's complicated. She replied with a troubled voice as she looked around at all the staff and security officers wandering around the place. Come on, I'll tell you more when we're not in a goddamn parking lot. Jamie's expression turned highly suspicious as she took a spot right next to Toivonen. She had a sinking feeling that she was stepping into something she really didn't want to deal with, but she knew better than to ask questions, given the nature of her work. With their conversation coming to a natural end, the two women crossed the grounds, heading towards a section of the farm that Jamie knew was reserved for more clandestine tests. It was a highly secured area, requiring multiple clearances and biometric scans to access, But everyone entering these grounds had already gone through extensive clearances before even laying eyes on the building. The security was so intense that no one who wasn't supposed to be on this side of the camp had been forcibly removed. As they walked, Twivenen lowered her voice and gave Jamie the side eye. "We're headed to Sector 7G to participate in an unusual presentation." The ominous words caused Jamie to bring her hand to her face and push in her eyeballs to ward off the headache that was starting to form. She had to assume this presentation was also why she was ordered to bring her latest experimental trainee. It seemed like they were going to be messing with things beyond their current conventional understandings and taking another step into the unknown. "Yep, Elle's other half is on their way with a host of her students and a few engineers to do some testing," Twavoinen continued, referring to Lysandra and Azael. "They want everyone there, including Elle." Jamie gave a reflective look at this. She couldn't quite understand why the scientists would want Lysandra there. The woman was training in espionage, not their technical bullshit. But then again, this was far beyond her pay grade, and the decision had most likely been made far before she was consulted. "I see," she said carefully, thinking about what they could possibly want to see from her latest protégé. "And I'm guessing this isn't just a capabilities demonstration?" Twivenen shook her head and gave her a complicated expression. "Far from it. I wasn't even briefed on what's happening." She gave an annoyed and dismissive wave of her hand as she rolled her eyes. "There's so many layers of bullshit classification that they told me to fuck off, it's none of my business, and to just show up." Shrouded under so many layers of classification, it made my head spin. As they continued through the farm, grumbling to each other, the two seemed taken aback at the even heavier security presence when they got to their destination. The CIA police seemed to melt away and were replaced with more shadow personnel equipped with more personalized weapons. Their presence made the atmosphere grow tense as they passed hardened security measures and anti-surveillance equipment. Around the perimeter, teams of technicians were setting up additional equipment. Some were deploying mobile signal jammers, while others were erecting what looked like portable weather stations, likely decoys to mask the true nature of their activities from satellite surveillance. Recognizing that the men and women who secured the area and operated the equipment here were from the clandestine branches of the CIA, Jamie couldn't help but shake her head. "This is getting weird," she said, presenting her ID to the guards in front of the door, who then started pulling out biometric verification equipment. Twivenen pressed her thumb against a reader as it flashed green and looked towards her blonde friend. "I mean, yeah. Our country's biggest adversaries are promptly losing their minds," she said while going through another host of security verification protocols. "Counter-intel has been running the gauntlet at every waking moment. There are sleeper cells that have been activated all over the place, and those are only the ones we know about." "Not surprising," Jamie murmured as she went through her own identity verification process. "We're completely shifting the paradigm and shifting it in a major way." She continued in an annoyed huff as the operator held a phone-like device to scan her face and fussed about the positioning of her head. "I'm surprised outright acts of war haven't been committed yet." Twivenen didn't say anything for a few moments as the device scanned her hands, measuring the known shape, width, and length of every finger. "We're teetering." She finally took a few steps forward after finishing it all. "The Navy and Air Force are internally on DEFCON 2. Jamie wasn't even remotely surprised by the news, if anyone could call it news in the first place. "Any plans on our security posturing going public?" "Nope," Twivenen shook her head. "Public's already whipped into a frenzy. The last thing we want is them screeching for war with anyone and everyone." Once they entered Sector 7G, they found the building itself to be a windowless, reinforced concrete structure that seemed to hunker down into the earth. Its walls looked as if they were thick enough to withstand a bunker buster, and one could see the telltale signs of a Faraday cage built into the structure. Looking around, they found that the massive complex easily contained several acres of open space. The air seemed to shimmer slightly, and waiting for the two was the sight of the two elves happily greeting each other. "Let's get this over with," Twivenen sighed as she trudged over to the group of very important individuals off to the side. Sector 7G hummed with the sound of advanced machinery as engineers, technicians, and high-ranking officials spoke in hushed whispers. A whole host of prominent individuals within the United States government were present, and each of them looked nervous and excited. Some knew of the details of what they would be shown, while others were left in the dark and stood there unsure of what to expect. However, regardless of what they knew, the fact that Azael was taking part in this little meeting spoke volumes about how important it was. Feeling the eyes glued to her, Azale cleared her throat, moved with grace and poise that befitted her people, and greeted each dignitary and shook their hands one by one. The High Elf was no stranger to these kinds of meetings. It was a rough start at first. These strange humans had equally strange customs, and decorum caused her to commit a few gaffes, but she was always a fast learner when push came to shove. "Hello, Mr. Secretary." Azale greeted with a slight bow as she grasped Secretary of Defense Mark Lee's hand. "Major General Elizabeth Harper." She sidestepped and grasped the Pentagon's program executive officer's hand. As she made her way through the crowd, Azale's eyes held a glint of mischief as she came across a familiar face, a woman with striking blue hair, short sun-elf ears, and an eye patch covering her left eye. "Madame Lysandra." She smiled, grasping her hand. They had already met some hours ago and played off they were seeing each other for the first time as she greeted her. Azale couldn't help but break out into a smile. It was an unusually expressive display for a high elf, but seeing her former freelancer captain doing well still brought no end of joy. "It's really good to see you again," the high elf continued, her long ears wiggling slightly with excitement. The two would be showing off their abilities today, and Azale couldn't wait to fight along with Lysandra again, even though it was just for a demonstration. Lysandra, less constrained by the muted emotions typical of high elves, beamed at Azale, but she still tried her best to maintain a professional demeanor. She was well aware of the important figures surrounding them and how little sway she had compared to her longer-eared friend. "I'm delighted to see you found a place in this new world," Lysandra replied with a very warm tone. "We need to sit down for some tea when possible." Azale's face became even more expressive as her eyes lit up and her hands clapped lightly together. For a moment, she seemed to forget where she was and who was in attendance. "Oh. Oh. Yes," she nearly shouted as her voice went up an octave. "I found quite the lovely place with these little fluffy creatures." She began enthusiastically describing a cat cafe she had visited as her usually reserved demeanor completely vanished. "And the confections. Oh, the confections," she said, completely oblivious to the stares and Lysandra side-eyeing the officials nervously. "I couldn't quite believe what they had in this world. They reminded me of what they served in the Rackville Consortium of Gids in the Southern Islands." Lysandra's interest was visibly piqued, but her attention remained fixed on the group of very important-looking people who stood watching them with raised eyebrows. The stark contrast between Azale's sudden burst of enthusiasm and the formal, tense atmosphere of the room made her even more uneasy. Some officials had even started whispering to each other as they exchanged glances. A mix of confusion and amusement clouded their faces as one older man, dressed in a crisp military uniform, spoke about how Azale reminded him of his daughter in this very moment. Gently grabbing and squeezing Azale's arm, Lysandra tried to bring her friend's attention back to their surroundings in a subtle manner. "That sounds wonderful," she said softly with a hint of warning. "Perhaps we can discuss it more, later?" Suddenly realizing her lapse in decorum, Azale straightened up, and her ears flattened slightly in embarrassment. "Yes, of course," she cleared her throat as her voice returned to its usual calm timbre. "We have much to catch up on, but now is not the time." She then turned slightly to acknowledge the watching officials with a polite nod. "My apologies for the outburst. Shall we proceed with the briefing?" For the most part, the humans in attendance just chuckled good-naturedly in response, waving away as if it wasn't a big deal. One of them, a distinguished-looking man with salt and pepper hair, spoke up. "Don't worry about it, Azale. I think you even lightened the air a bit," he replied, noticing that tension had visibly lessened. "However, we should really carry on with why we're here." A few acknowledgements were heard, and as the atmosphere shifted, personnel started to move. Everyone present knew they were about to delve into something extraordinary, and they were eager to see just what in the world had been so confidential that hardly anyone was clued in on what was happening. It was show time, and Azale caught a bit of nerves as she suddenly found herself at a loss of words. She had always been a poor speaker and was far more comfortable talking about the technicalities of a project, but now she found herself unstopped muttering and stammering. "Well, Her eyes darted to the project manager, the very same man who had saved her from a public gaffe earlier. "Allow me to take it from here," the man with the salt and pepper beard said as he sensed Azale's discomfort and smoothly stepped forward. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Liam Hawthorne from Duddlered Industries. What we're about to present won't just be groundbreaking, it'll completely dictate the rules for warfare from here on out." He spoke in a familiar and competent voice before looking over to a trailer with oddly shaped structures covered with a tan tarp. Liam gestured towards the first of the tarp-covered structure. Under this covering lies the culmination of our collaboration with Azale. Her intimate knowledge of the very principles and building blocks of this new energy had been invaluable. He spoke, pacing back and forth with one hand collapsed over his abdomen and the other gesturing with his other at the generals and officials. What we once called magic is becoming less unknowable and entering the realm of something tangible and malleable. Melvin, if you would please. He nodded to a group of technicians working around the trailers. Let's unveil our breakthrough. The technicians immediately got to work and jumped on top of and all around the trailer to gently remove the covers designed to obscure the shape beneath it. The tarp itself was a complex, multi-layered affair structure with irregular patterns and textures that confused anyone who tried to make out what was near it. The design drew a lot of attention, but its main purpose was to confuse satellite imaging and prevent accurate analysis of what was underneath. As the tarp was slowly and methodically removed, the group of officials leaned forward in anticipation as they laid their eyes on a structure nearly 12 feet tall. With a final yank, everyone was greeted with a strange metallic gray device with white surfaces that gleamed under the facility's harsh lights. Sporting an imposing array of circular panels facing outwards, the device also had 6 enlarged fins arranged in a manner that made everyone's head tilt in wonder. At first glance, one wanted to call the entire thing a radar, but each fin was mounted vertically and placed between panels covered in a grid of small, highly sensitive sensors. The top of the structure was equally complex, housing an arrangement of antennas and what appeared to be specialized receivers. Meanwhile, the base of device was significantly more robust and sat on removable tripods while also featuring mounting lugs with a heavy-duty stabilization system. It was apparent that the array was designed to be modular enough to mount it onto a vehicle. Liam stood up a bit straighter and lifted his chin slightly higher as he scanned the group silently, allowing them to take in what they saw and make their own decisions. One of his sales techniques was to create dramatic pauses to build a little tension. Ladies and gentlemen, he paused again before looking each official and general in the eye. I introduce you to Spectre, which is the very first in arcane detection, triangulation, and countermeasure technology. He then gestured towards the imposing and futuristic construction. Spectre represents a breakthrough in a brand new field. Liam clasped his hands together as he continued to pace. By leveraging Azale's profound knowledge in what we're calling pharmacodynamics, we have fused it with cutting-edge defense manufacturing and artificial intelligence. Spectre's functionality is threefold, Liam continued. First and foremost, it's used for arcane detection and classification. He raised his hand and held out his index finger. By utilizing sophisticated sensor matrices and advanced spectral analysis, it can detect ambient alternative energy fluctuations and identify them through machine learning. He paused briefly. However, I must note that due to data constraints, our classifications are currently limited, Liam said somewhat apologetically as he glanced toward Azale for a moment. We need more arcane users utilizing more abilities or casting more spells to analyze and further our ability to map out what is being used and how. Moving on, Liam continued, secondly, triangulation. He held out 2 fingers as he resumed his pacing. A network of these sensors can pinpoint the source of energetic events, although as a prototype, its accuracy is still limited. At this point, Secretary of Defense Mark Lee leaned forward. How accurate are we talking, Mr. Hawthorne? Liam glanced at one of his engineers, a middle-aged Asian American woman with short black hair, who seemed clearly uncomfortable as she cleared her throat. Sir, given that this technology is still in its infancy, our triangulation capabilities are a work in progress. She replies that she is shifting in place and adjusting her cardigan. But there is substantial room for improvement. Currently, we can detect concentrations of arcane energy within a radius of about 5 miles, with an accuracy of plus or minus 500 feet. The officials exchanged brief glances, but kept their thoughts to themselves, gesturing for Liam to continue. Finally, Liam held out a third finger, and, this is still very much a work in progress, but showing great promise, countermeasures, he said confidently as he rooted himself in place and faced the group of VIPs. Utilizing the more esoteric principles of Azale's field of study, Spectre can emit counter-frequency waves that can disrupt or even nullify energetic events. He held up a hand, preempting questions. I must stress that this capability is currently minimal, with a range of only about 100 feet. He said, pumping his hand in a stopping motion. This is primarily due to the complex nature of these anomalous energies, limited data for our AI, and our still developing understanding of how to counteract them effectively. Each type of energetic event seems to require specific variables to disrupt, and we're still in the early stages of mapping these variables out. Liam's expression turned serious. However, I want to emphasize that this is just the beginning. With continued research, development, and funding, we expect to expand these countermeasures' range and efficacy significantly. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs and his entourage of generals began speaking among themselves in hushed tones. Each of them had a pensive look, and their conversation seemed intense. But, after a few moments, the program executive officer, Major General Elizabeth Harper, spoke up. "Mr. Hawthorne, I need more details," the Major General said as she furrowed her brows. "What are we looking at in terms of power usage, reliability, and, most importantly, cost?" Liam nodded, expecting these questions. "Of course, General Harper," he replied while his eyes shifted between the Major General and the massive array. "Currently, Spectre requires a significant power source. We're talking about a dedicated containerized megawatt generator or connection to a robust power grid. Reliability is high for the detection and triangulation functions, but the countermeasure aspect is still experimental. As for cost..." He paused, bracing himself. "The current prototype runs at about $50 million each, but we expect that to decrease significantly with scaled production." The program executive officer's eyebrows shot up, but she nodded, jotting down notes. Taking her place and asking questions was Thomas Dalton, the Director of National Intelligence, who pipped in. "This machine is rather substantial." Director Dalton gave a complex look as he considered utilizing this technology for the various alphabet agencies under his purview. However, the size of this thing made it simply an impossibility at the moment. "What are the possibilities for miniaturization?" he asked, rubbing his forehead. "I'm not asking you to make it the size of a backpack, but would this potentially be small enough to fit in a commercial van?" Unsure of how to answer a question so far out of his depth, Liam glanced at one of the engineer. This topic was the sole reason why these kinds of showcasing had a project manager present and someone technical to answer technical questions. The female engineer cleared her throat before speaking. "Sir, our understanding of this field is still very rudimentary. I'd even go as far as to say primitive," she said after finally gaining some confidence as the officials listened to her silently. "We've implemented numerous safeguards and redundancies due to the unpredictable nature of the energies we're dealing with. Until we have more time to experiment and, more importantly, gather more diverse data, we must keep things large. Miniaturization is certainly a goal, but it's not feasible in the near term," Liam added, allowing the engineer to step back and heave a sigh of relief. "We must ensure we fully understand the principles at work before safely reducing the size. Each component serves a crucial function, often with built-in redundancies. Removing or shrinking these prematurely could lead to catastrophic failures or, worse, unintended magical effects." But just before she found safety in the background, the engineer decided to clarify something and spoke up. "However, with continued research and more data from diverse magical sources, we believe significant size reduction could be possible within the next 5 to 10 years. Liam closed his eyes and internally cringed as his own engineer threw a wrench into his sales pitch. Meanwhile, a flurry of unhappy murmurs erupted among the officials. One asked, "What are the possibilities of accelerating the timeline?" Another asked, "What kind of data are we talking about exactly?" A flurry of questions followed in rapid succession, seemingly overwhelming Liam and his engineer. How much funding would it take to speed this up? Are there any potential health risks associated with this technology? How many are we going to be able to produce a year? The barrage of questions continued until the Secretary of Defense, Mark Lee, raised his hand. "All right, enough," he said firmly. "The questions can come later. We're here for a demonstration, so..." He gestured toward Liam. "If you will, Mr. Hawthorne." Liam nodded, relief evident on his face. He turned to Azale. "Madam Azale, would you please do as we practiced?" Azale nodded, causing her long ears to wiggle gently in the air. "All right, but do remember, I'm not a particularly skilled battle mage," she said, looking sheepishly at Liam and those in attendance before walking deeper into the massive facility. When Azale reached her designated position, technicians started to power on machinery and electronics. A couple of technicians grabbed a large TV attached to a wheeled chassis and dragged it in front of the dignitaries just as the screen flickered to life. The officials and generals all started whispering curiosity to each other or hummed in interest as what looked like an advanced radar interface similar to what was used for counter-battery was displayed. A circular grid pulsed with a soft blue glow, and concentric rings radiated outward from the center, each marked with distance measurements in both standard and unfamiliar units. Scattered across the display were various symbols and icons, some recognizable as topographical markers, others entirely new and enigmatic. As the dignitaries leaned in for a closer look, they noticed thin, shimmering lines crisscrossing the grid, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance with a life of their own. These lines pulsed and flickered in response to unseen stimuli, creating a mesmerizing data visualization display. Liam allowed everyone to become familiar with this new display for a few minutes before he launched into an explanation. Only when the whispering had subsided and eyes floated to him, he finally started to speak. What you're seeing here is Spectre's standard interface. Liam walked to the large display and stood next to it. It's designed to be intuitive for operators familiar with existing military detection systems like the N/TPQ-53 counter-batter radar. When no magical activity is present, as you can see now, the display remains relatively clear. He pointed to different areas of the screen. The readouts you're seeing right now are the ambient energy levels that fluctuate regardless of the high-energy events, Liam said as he gestured towards one of the technicians, and the screen went perfectly still. Using complex algorithms and AI, we can reduce the fluctuations to nothing and focus on high-energy events utilizing frequency spectrum analysis. The once mildly fluttering readouts then went dead the moment the technicians flipped a few switches and typed a few commands. Now, Liam continued, a hint of excitement in his voice before turning further down the facility towards the High Elf, idling a few dozen meters away. All right, Azale. Give us something small. Azale Longyear softly bounced as she slightly nodded and raised her hands to cast a spell. Her fingers started to move in intricate patterns as she began to chant in High Elven. Emi Sereth, Lythar Miralin Aaron, Nador Feeler the Lauren Era, Azale's melodic voice carried across the facility, causing everyone's attention to focus on her. In what seemed like a gentle flash, a shimmering, serpentine made of what appeared to be a form of liquid gas began to form and float around Azale and followed her movements. For most in the room, this was the very first time they saw magic in person, and they couldn't help but be mesmerized by the surreal display. It was as if a glowing bolt of ice twisted and coiled like a living creature and even snapped its jaws as if it couldn't wait to be unleashed. Ooze and ahs dominated the facility as Liam gave a satisfied smirk. What you're seeing here, he explained as his own voice quickened with excitement, is the magical signature of Azale's ice spell, which has its own unique fingerprint that we can detect and analyze. Suddenly, Azale thrust her hands forward just when her voice rose to a crescendo. The serpentine bolt of ice then shot forward like a bolt of lightning and slammed into a nearby Hesco barrier. The magical serpent splashed spectacularly and instantly froze a large section of the barrier, causing the metal wire mesh to crack and shatter under the extreme temperature change. Even the sand and earth inside froze solid, sending the cracks deep and compromising the structural integrity. Just before the bolt hit, the audience saw it shimmer and dance before impact, but when it hit, a strange magical effect lingered before dissipating into nothingness. Audible gasps escaped from everyone's mouths as they watched the incredible display. A few more military-minded individuals wanted to inspect the damaged Hesco barrier, but Liam drew their attention back to him when he spoke. As you can see, he said, his voice carrying a more analytical note, Spectre not only detected the spell as it was being cast, but also tracked the general location of the caster. He paused, allowing the officials to collect themselves and digest this information. While the calculations are still somewhat off, he continued, we're confident that with enough time, data, and funding, we'll be able to triangulate down to the meter, along with the direction of the magical effect and the potential impact point in real time. The room fell silent as the implications of what they had just witnessed began to sink in. At first, everyone felt that the reports on this magic business were exaggerated, too surreal to be true. But now that they had been given an in-person demonstration, they found this threat to be all too real. Magic, anomalous energies, or whatever one would call it, went beyond their understanding and superseded their existing procedures. They needed to get on top of it as soon as possible. Knocking them out of their trance, Liam continued his presentation as he started to pace again. This isn't just limited to what we would call spellcasters either. he said, looking towards Jamie and the shorter-eared elf who stood at least a head taller than Azael. Would you mind if you let Ms. Lysandra participate in the next test? Liam asked politely, looking directly at the blonde. Finally understanding why she was made to attend, Jamie crossed her arms as she stood on the sideline next to Toivonen. She gave Toivonen an incredulous look as if to say she wasn't quite believing her own eyes, but her friend shrugged. Jamie let out a deep sigh before turning her gaze to Lysandra and nodding for the shorter-eared elf girl to participate. Lysandra looked more unsure as she tentatively approached Liam as he turned towards the audience, who watched with renewed interest. Magic had left a substantial mark, but with the insinuation that it could detect other means of using this energy, curiosity got the better of everyone. What we're about to show you next demonstrates Spectre's ability to detect and analyze more subtle forms of anomalous energy manipulation, Liam said as he walked over to a technician who had approached them with an all-metal sledgehammer. This has significant implications for intelligence gathering and counterintelligence operations. Liam gave an apologetic look and bowed his head a little before handing the tool to the nervous Lysandra. I apologize for not giving you a proper weapon, but this is the best we had on such short notice, he explained. But could you please attack the object Azael had frozen with all your might? Taking the sledgehammer, Lysandra nodded slightly as she twisted the tube in her hand. She had to acknowledge that this was much more of a tool than a weapon, but since this gentleman had asked so politely, she decided not to hold back. With a sigh, Lysandra turned her gaze to the Hesco barrier. A maul or even a warhammer wasn't precisely a weapon she was proficient with. Still, she liked to think she was capable enough to utilize any weapon she encountered should the situation arise. Suddenly, the blue-haired elf's demeanor changed, causing the readout on the TV screen to spike subtly. Lysandra's movements shocked everyone as they violently and abruptly exploded forward towards the Hesco barrier. With a devastating overhead swing, the head of the sledgehammer went down, crashing into the barrier and shattering a good half of the structure. A vertical explosion rang out as debris shot out in every direction, sending everyone ducking as shards of ice flew by. Azael had erected her own barrier and weaved another spell to blow away the dust kicked up from the blow. Once all was settled, however, everyone could not help but gawk as they reoriented themselves and saw that the hammer's head had slammed into the ground, wedging itself deep into the concrete with its shaft pointing upwards. An even more disturbed silence reigned in the facility. Even Liam seemed speechless as he stared at the woman. "How much did you say these cost, Mr. Hawthorne?" the Secretary of Defense suddenly asked. In the New World, a shroud of darkness blanketed the sky, concealing the silhouettes of those who lurked in the night. "Piece of shit." Bennett quietly growled as he fussed with a cylindrical device as he remained crouched on the cluttered rooftop of a relatively tall building. He struggled to stuff the various connectors into the heavily modified device properly and properly attach an antenna that was the length of his forearm to it. But, before securing it in a discreet location, Elijah crept over while hunched low to avoid skylining himself. "Missed a screw," the menace whispered, pointing toward the bottom of the device. Bennett swatted his hand away irritably. "Shut the fuck up, you trog," he hissed, pointing his handheld electric mini-drill at him. "Go away." "Shoo." Elijah let out a quiet cackle as he slinked away. Everyone considered how he enjoyed making others annoyed and frustrated, one of the agitating parts of his personality, but the man clearly enjoyed it. What was even worse was that the more visceral your reaction, the more pleasure he derived from whatever torment he subjected you to. An indignant glare bore into the back of Elijah's head as he returned his attention to the installation. He couldn't help but remark how appropriate of an apostle or whatever in hell Elijah was for that infernal fairy. Bennett couldn't even say that sparkly piece of shit little mosquito was slowly changing their medic, but Elijah had always been this way. "Fucking annoying asshole," Bennett grumbled, manipulating the antenna and fastening it against the wall so it wouldn't stand out. Irritation was starting to mount for the poor man as he wrangled with the devices the activity boys had shoved into their hands. Sure, they were exciting pieces of tech, but holy hell, the modifications looked like they were done by either a 5-year-old or done in 5 minutes. Based on Northrop Grumman's LN-200 Interior Navigation Unit, the small local positioning system served as a reference point across a distributed area. When explained, everyone thought it was genius. In a satellite-free environment, they could set them up everywhere and use these handy little things to measure positions continuously. It'd essentially act like a makeshift GPS and help precision munitions triangulate fixed points in space by pinging off each other over a distributed area. It was a fantastic piece of innovation, but It became very evident these modified LN-200s were hastily slapped together because setting them up was an absolute pain in the ass. The housing bulged from the extra wires and circuitry. It was always a gamble whether the holes to insert the antenna were drilled out properly, and its janky nature made Bennett want to rip his hair out. "I swear to God I'm going to strangle whoever designed these pieces of shit," Bennett grumbled when he found himself pulling out his knife and saving off parts of the housing so it would properly snap into place. Coleman pulled away from the joint effects targeting system, jets, to turn toward his troubled engineer. Need any help?" he asked in a half-amused and half-concerned tone. Bennett quickly glared at his team leader before pushing hard on his knife and slicing off a piece of hardened plastic with a snap. "No, almost done," he grumbled indignantly as he grabbed his electric mini drill and started screwing it into the wall. "The housing on this piece of trash wasn't aligning properly," he griped. "I'm good now though." Elijah had taken a position next to Coleman, sitting cross-legged and digging through a small satchel. "Look at you, Ben," he said, pulling out a fancy new spotting scope with a ranger finder built into it. "Finally doing something useful." "Fuck off, Eli. Why don't you make yourself useful and suck a dick or something?" Bennett snapped back, throwing the piece of shaved housing at the back of Elijah's head. "Quiet now, children of the corn," Coleman scolded, trying to suppress a chuckle. "We don't want someone noticing we're up here, now do we?" he added while peering through the jets at the rather impressive Imperial base just outside town. For once in a blue moon, Elijah did as he was told as he threw the spotter scope up and cranked the magnifier to max. "Damn, this is actually a godlike spot, Cole," he muttered appreciatively. A smirk formed on Coleman's face. He was always great at finding the best hides, and this time around, their line of sight threaded a needle through multiple buildings, giving them a clear image of what looked like the entrance of a massive military base. Most of it was obscured by buildings on either side, but you could clearly see the steady flow of men, material, and war beasts moving in and out of it. "Did your guy give any other info on it?" Coleman glanced at Elijah, wondering if his new informant had spilled anything relevant they could use. However, as Elijah dwelled on the question, "Nothing particularly useful or actionable at the moment, just mostly drama," he replied, trying to formulate a definitive answer. "I don't think anyone bothers to dig into what the Imperials are up to. I get the feeling that everyone pretty much hates each other and purposefully keeps to themselves." Coleman rubbed the rough stubble growing on his chin. "Well, what do we know about the situation, then?" Elijah huffed a thoughtful tune as he dropped his hands and allowed his rangefinder to rest in his lap. Most of what he was told was personal grievances and beefs. However, personal beefs usually wove into a greater story, and unlocking said story would go a long way in furthering their interests. "Well, I know the Imperials took control of the town guard, and they really didn't like that," he murmured, pulling his head away and looking up in thought. "Evidently they just waltzed in, threw their dick on the table and started messing around with their own operations. No more shakedowns, no more extortions, no more overt tolls enforced by policy. So they stamped out corruption," Coleman mused. A complicated look formed on Elijah's face as he tried to articulate what was going on in his head. "Not, really," he replied, indicating it was a lot more complicated than that. "This is according to our inside guy, but they didn't replace said corruption. They just made it worse in other ways. They just swooped in and stopped the surface-level crap without implementing proper reward structures, incentives, or, really anything." The medic looked back through the optic of his rifle, before continuing. "They basically just marched in, started being overbearing, and began executing anyone who complained." Coleman slowly turned to Elijah, his face etched with disbelief. "What? Why?" Elijah just shrugged and threw his eyebrows up. "I dunno, don't ask me. From what I can gather, they think of the local law enforcement as undesirables that need to be removed or whipped into shape," he explained, scratching his face. "Hell, the Imperials stationed here consider everyone, not them, undesirables." The team leader looked off in the distance at the garrison, his expression troubled. "So, they're just treating everyone like trash while simultaneously relying on them for a portion of security and resupply?" Coleman asked with an incredulous look on his face. "That's a horrible idea." "Oh, on the contrary," Elijah wagged his finger at Coleman with a smirk. "It's actually an excellent idea. They should definitely keep doing it," he said with a glint in his eye that suggested he genuinely meant what he was saying. I would love nothing more than for them to continue doing exactly what they're doing. A hum of interest left Coleman's mouth as he stared at Elijah. Coleman was completely out of his breath if he was honest with himself. This went far beyond the typical unconventional warfare mission a special forces soldier would find themselves in and had firmly planted themselves in the realm of spooks. Once again, he couldn't help but wonder just how in the hell Elijah had the savvy and familiarity with underworld business to navigate these waters. Half of Coleman wanted just to cut his losses and pull out before they were all bedded in an alleyway because of a bad call. However, command had made it abundantly clear they were to continue, and wouldn't tolerate a hint of protest. The purview of this new operation was no longer within the hands of Coleman's commander, Colonel Finley of the 5th Special Forces Group. It had been forcibly and viciously ripped from the United States Special Operations Command, SOCOM, and, instead, placed firmly into the hands of the shadowy Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, and the litany of agencies at their back. All because of a psychotic pointy-eared thug and a legitimate sociopath who had more balls than he did sense. You got an angle to work or something? The team leader sighed, knowing he would have to rely on whatever strange, mysterious skills his medic possessed. Elijah leaned back, putting his arms behind him for support as he gazed at the sky. A deep, contemplative look formed on his face as he blew air through his lips, causing them to smack in a rhythmic fashion. Things are starting to align, but nothing immediately actionable. He paused, collecting his thoughts. So far, the Imperials are only enforcing these anti-corruption measures superficially. Elijah waved his hand in a somewhat dismissive manner as if trying to swipe away useless thoughts. But we do know is the place is that there's a real son of a bitch of a lord holed up in there, and they're turning this place into a logistics hub. Turning his head towards his team leader, Elijah scratched at his beard before he continued, the only time there seems to be any interaction between them and the town is when they need raw goods processed. He recalled what his informant had told him. There's a rather fucked up supply trifecta going on where the Lord is basically vacuuming in all the raw resources from every village and every farm before pushing it all into town to process. Mind you, the terms and payment are dictated with no hope of negotiation, Elijah added, lazily bobbing his finger up and down at Coleman. So we're talking people making pennies on the dollar and a lot of them are going into the red because their betters refuse to pay them fairly. Coleman's brow furrowed as he processed this information. So, we're looking at a power structure with multiple layers that is aggressively and thoroughly stealing from their people. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Elijah responded in an unsure tone, I would say more along the lines that these Imperial forces are leeches, sucking the lifeblood from this town. And you plan on using that to drive a massive wedge between the people and their oppressors, Coleman said, catching on Elijah's train of thought. A click of approval left Elijah's mouth as Elijah winked and jutted his finger at Coleman. Correctamundo, he said with a smug smile on his face. We're setting conditions for disruption. He paused, letting that sink in. We've been here for a few days now, Coleman. Elijah then asked, sitting up straight but spinning to face his team leader. What have you noticed, logistics-wise? Coleman's face hardened as he took in that question. Long convoys of food and other, unknown materials coming in and distributed to the local population to work on. He answered, furrowing his brow. On the hour, every hour. Nodding in satisfaction, Elijah opened his mouth to continue, but Coleman interrupted him. You're looking to use the gangs as proxies to disrupt them, the team leader said after putting two and two together. You're not just looking to gather information. You're planning on turning the town itself against their masters and ally with us instead. Elijah placed his hands before him as if trying to conjure the thought. Kind of. I haven't really gotten that far yet. I honestly thought they'd pull us out and insert spooks who know how to run these ops, but they want us to go all the way. He replied in a more hesitant tone as Coleman slapped his face. Look, here's the thing. We have to be really careful and figure out which pit of snakes is the least venomous to jump into. A few moments of silence reigned as Coleman tilted his head and furrowed his brow, but it was Bennett who voiced their collective thoughts. Where we are now doesn't seem too bad, so why don't we just keep going as is? He asked, tightening the last screw in the device he was installing. We got a roof over our head, cover that keeps us more or less safe. Yeah, but for how long? Elijah answered Bennett's question with his own. It's really not the simple dude. We have every type of dickhead to deal with and their mom, he said, rubbing his forehead. Greedy scumbags? I can manipulate. Honor-bound justicars? I can predict. But those two mixed with people just trying to get by? Gets a little dicey, you know? With his thoughts already racing, Elijah leaned further in and continued his point. I mean, even if we turn these guys against their masters, then what? We've got a bunch of unpredictable, potentially very violent elements running around. Some might join us, sure, but others might decide to set themselves up as king turd of shit mountain, and we end up creating more problems than we solve before we have any semblance of support. Bennett huffed in annoyance. So what's the play then? We can't just ignore everyone and squat on the roofs. No shit, Sherlock, Elijah rolled his eyes as he adjusted himself. I'm not saying we ignore it. I'm saying we use the resentment the Imperials built up to sniff out who is best to work with. Coleman hummed in thought as the two started to bicker quietly. I think we should position ourselves as the alternative. The saviors, if you will. He interjected, causing Bennett and Elijah to look at him and raise an eyebrow. Eli is already positioning us to be the good guys. We can just do what we did back in the village and solve a few problems to win a few favors. Elijah thought on that for a moment. It was a good plan, and they definitely were in a position to capitalize on it, but the question became one of time, and time wasn't a luxury they had. That'll only work if we find collaborators quickly enough without causing a huge disruption. He replied. But my biggest concern is more about how the powers that be deciding whether it's go time or not and start flinging cruise missiles everywhere. Don't worry about that. I'll set something up, Coleman reassured his men. Command is taking a considerable interest in this place, and they won't say no to coordinating with us. Especially if that means disrupting supply routes just when the offensive starts. We hit everyone simultaneously and take out the Imperials and the town guard in one fell swoop. Now that the planning had taken a more conventional turn, Coleman felt a lot more comfortable giving his input. Elijah knew Coleman wasn't very comfortable with the terribly gray lines associated with the cloaks and daggers-like aspects of advanced force operations they found themselves thrust into. He was a lot more comfortable around the more traditional Special Forces mission sets and not tasks that would usually belong to spookier teams within JSOC or the CIA's Special Activities Center, SAC. The three men fell silent, and each contemplated the implications of their plan. It was risky and complex and would require a heavy lean on Elijah, but if they could pull it off, they'd not only secure a foothold for the conventional army but also play a decisive hand in winning over the population when the tanks rolled in. Bennett sat there with a complex expression as he tried to think this through. He was passable in the human aspects of his profession, but most of what was talking about went entirely over his head. So, wait. He began hesitantly. How do we turn and leverage the people then? He was confused and didn't understand how the population was supposed to love them. He looked to Coleman as if to see if he wondered the same. How are we supposed to win over the townsfolk and maintain order once we take out everyone? Coleman seemed to know the answer as he wore a hard look, deep in thought. The gangs. He replied for Elijah, who seemed to just sit there unconcerned. The team leader knew that Elijah worked in a very unorganized and decentralized way, but there was always a bigger picture where the pieces fell into place. Noticing his engineer was having trouble following, Coleman sighed and started explaining. Well, look at it this way, Coleman began as he adjusted himself. We all know this town is gang-infested, right? In a lot of cases with crime-riddled areas, gangs usually act as the de facto authority. For better or for worse, they're the ones that people usually go to whenever they need problems solved. Coleman paused, letting that sink in. You'd think that'd be the town guard, and they would clamp down on the gangs, but usually they run hand in hand with them or just act as an outright containment force. Bennett's confusion caused his face to twist even further. He could understand that this town's law enforcement was corrupt and worked with criminals for their own self-interest, not as a containment force. Wait, what? What do you mean by a containment force? Interrupting the discussion, Elijah tapped on Coleman's shoulder and jerked his head for them to leave before looking at Bennett. Yo, we should get the hell out of here first. He said, scanning the area before glancing at the installed module. Probably isn't a good idea to be skylined when we don't have to. Plus, we can talk more as we move. The two operators nodded in agreement and began to pack up. Yeah, let's get the hell out of here, Coleman replied as he started dismantling the jet's device and placed each part carefully into a pack. It didn't take long for the three men to go from utterly suspicious to just another body in an already dangerous area before carefully making their way down a shoddy wooden ladder. As they descended into a dark, dank alleyway, the trio found themselves between two buildings with a stone wall connecting them and acting as a dead end. After confirming the coast was clear and they weren't followed, Elijah started to make his way through the alley with Coleman and Bennett in tow. Let me think of a way to explain what Coleman was talking about. Elijah started in a low voice, keeping an eye out for any curious heads popping out from the numerous windows. You see, the town guard isn't really there to eliminate or even reduce crime. They're here to contain it, to keep it at a manageable level. Bennett caught up with Elijah and raised his eyebrow as if that didn't make any sense. Isn't the point of law enforcement to the engineer paused as he leaned forward to look at Coleman. Enforce the law? Yeah, you'd imagine, but think of it this way, you've got a leaky pipe, right? Elijah continued, turning to Bennett, who nodded his head. The smart thing would be to just fix the pipe, right? Elijah waited for Bennett to nod his head again. But here's the thing, that's expensive and time-consuming. And people with RHE money and power really don't like using it. So instead, they put a bucket under the pipe and call it a day. If Bennett could rate on a scale of 1 to 10 how stupid he thought that was when put into context of enforcing the law and protecting the town, then he was afraid the scale would break. What the fuck? So this place is just the fucking Thunderdome? He asked, completely bewildered. They're just keeping these assholes in here so they don't have to look at them? An amused chuckle left Elijah's mouth after seeing such a reaction. Ahahaha, yeah, more or less. He nodded before peering around an intersection to make sure it was clear. The Imperials, and probably whoever was in charge before them, couldn't give a rat's ass about maintaining law and order or protecting the people. They just wanted to look clean from the outside. Coleman chimed in, it's about maintaining the illusion of order without actually addressing the root problems. It's cheaper and easier than real reform. Bennett thought for a moment as the gears churned in his head. So basically Detroit? The team leader opened his mouth to dismiss that but couldn't help but find how apt of a comparison that was as his eyebrows danced up and down. Yeah, pretty much Detroit. He hesitantly agreed. Or Chicago. Elijah ribbed the two in the side as the three laughed. It wasn't much longer until they reached the intersection that led them to the main road. But leaning against the walls of either side were two individuals, one a lot shorter than the other, giving the three operators a bored look. The shorter of the two that were waiting at the end of the alleyway pushed off the wall and oriented himself towards the approaching humans. You guys finally done? He asked while running a tired hand through the tuft of feathers. Can we go now? A deep and rumbling yawn resounded as the taller one joined his shorter companion. Quit complaining, Riff. They're paying us handsomely to sit around and wait. The STYMPH frowned and glared at his partner with a frown and is on his hips. Look. I'm grateful for any kind of work, but you're bored, Elijah finished for him, rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. I get it. Let's get out of here, he said, nodding to Rivka and Talarian. As the group merged together, Coleman took point, leading them down the main road while trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Elijah fell in step beside Rivka and Talarian, keeping his voice low. Any trouble while you were waiting? Coleman asked as his eyes constantly scanned their surroundings. Rivka shook his head. Nah, quiet as a tomb. He responded in a disinterested tone. Few drunks stumbled by, but they didn't give us a second glance. He replied before shooting a curious look at Elijah. What were you doing in there anyway? Nunya. Elijah replied with a smirk that caused both Coleman and Bennett to sigh. A strange look formed on Rivka's face as he titled his head. Nunya? None ya goddamn business. Shut up. Elijah barked, causing Rivka to cover his ears with his hands, with a startled look. Talarian let out a howl of a laugh as he slapped his leg as Rivka shot an indignant look his way. Ahaha. That's a new one. Elijah gave them a playful smile. You, like that one? He said, resting his hands on the back of his head in a relaxed manner as they made their way down the road. Rivka continued to grumble as he smoothed out his ruffled feathers. You're so annoying, he murmured before heaving a sigh. Talarian nodded as he continued to chuckle. Hey, it could be worse, Riff. He added as he regained his composure. Could be still unemployed or still running from the Imperials. This caused Elijah to lift an eyebrow in their direction. Damn, nobody here likes him, do they? He asked. The green-hair elf scoffed, ha. We both burned our bridges with the Empire long ago. Talarian laughed as he gestured to Rivka and himself, we're as good as dead if those bastards caught us. Tal. The STYMPH scolded his friend for letting out too much information. However, Talarian just rolled his eyes. Oh come on Riff, not like they're gonna be Sharon or Tellin. As the man said, nobody here likes em. He said, adjusting the belt that held his two-handed falchion. As I said, we're not particularly keen on crossing paths with them again. Rivka grumbled once more as his glare relented. I can't say we're in the best graces with the Empire, he admitted with a sigh. Right now, we're just trying to get some funds together to make our way to Aldenshore. This key piece of information seemed to stand out to Elijah as continued the conversation in a more casual manner. What's for you in Aldenshore? He asked, assuming that was a particularly important place. Got a big gig lined up? I mean. Talarian scratched his face in a somewhat bashful manner. We don't have anything lined up per se, but we still want to make a name for ourselves and make it big. Elijah narrowed his eyes for a split second, absorbing the key piece of info. Anything new happening there other than the usual? What, you didn't hear? This time Rivka spoke up as he looked at Elijah as if he was a country bumpkin. A really big and really important lord kicked everyone out of the castle and moved in for herself. He said, causing Elijah and Coleman to hone in on the STYMPH. Supposed to be in charge of defending all of the Savage Lands or whatever. That key piece of intel caused Elijah and Coleman to react physically, as they both seemed to recoil. They needed to press further and see what else they could get from this guy, but before they could continue, the site of the tavern finally came into view. However, everyone seemed to tense up when they noticed something was off. A lot more people than usual were lingering at the entrance, including a few faces they recognized, and that sign didn't bode well. This was compounded when Pina trotted over with a troubled look. Gee guys. You got company inside, she said, fidgeting nervously. Something about giving you your answer. Elijah glanced over his shoulder to Coleman and Bennett and gave them a nod before pulling his neck gaiter over his nose. The silent communication seemed to shift the humans into another gear as they approached the door with a purpose, eyeing the unknown men flanking the doors. Even Rivka and Talarian sensed the heightened awareness was out of place as their postures stiffened and their hands went to their weapons. They were still on the job and would do their best to defend their client as they moved closer to the tavern door. The thugs idling outside seemed to square up with the two freelancers, but immediately relented once they finally noticed the familiar masked figure approaching. You kept our boss waitin', a large, gruff man said, thumping his large makeshift mace into the ground. It was a decent attempt at intimidation, but no one bought it as Talarian huffed in amusement as he positioned himself at the perfect distance to slash at the man's neck on the first sign of trouble. Rivka stood a bit further back, reciting a wind spell that would cleave his unarmored opponent in two in his own head over and over again. When Elijah grabbed the door handle and cracked it open, his hand went to his waistline, and he saw that the place had been cleaned out, save for the horde of thugs strategically positioned throughout the dining hall. Coming in behind him were Coleman and Bennett with their pistols already subtly drawn, but the tension seemed to be kicked down a notch when they noticed Azalin in the corner. The woman stood with an air of nonchalant confidence as she leaned against the ballistic shield Elijah had given her and bounced her sword on her shoulder. Even though she seemed relaxed, her eyes remained sharp and alert as she constantly moved between the room's occupants. Seated at the central tables sat Brack and Furii. The two gang leaders sat across from Quan, sipping on some ale, while the rest of the ODA team was spread throughout the tavern. We'd like to negotiate, Furii spoke first, with barely contained irritation and impatience. Furii eyed a lethargic, strange-looking pixie with a mix of wariness and intrigue as it rubbed its eyes and munched on one of the tavern's signature pastries. The tiny creature seemed oblivious to the tension in the room and was focused entirely on its treat as it munched away before letting out a deep yawn. Even though Furii had never laid eyes on a pixie before, she still knew something wasn't quite right with this one. Everything about it was unsettling, from the flames in place of hair, the eerie violet, glowing eyes, and the most sinister smile one could possibly imagine. This pixie looked like it'd take your soul, with a smile faster than one could blink. Shaking her head, Furii refocused on the hooded figure before her. Before I agree to workin' for you, she began, trying to keep her voice as steady and confident as possible, I need assurances. I need to know you're not gonna use us as some kind of scapegoat and leave us for fodder after kicking the rotwing nest. Elijah leaned back with a relaxed yet commanding posture. His eyes remained sharp as she stared at Furii with a sharp and knowing glint. He'd been in her shoes before, on the other side of negotiations where every word could mean whether you were literally owned or not. The familiarity of the dance, despite the alien setting, brought a subtle smirk to his lips. Assurances? A chuckle left his mouth as he spoke. Let me be clear, Furii. We're not here to bargain. We're here to offer you an opportunity that doesn't come around twice. He said with an underlying steel that brooked no argument. A panicked look flashed across Furii's face as her mouth opened to say something, but Elijah decided to cut her off. Look, Furii. There are two kinds of people, those who make moves and those who get moved. He said very slowly as his finger tapped down on the tabletop slowly and methodically. Right now, you're in a position to make a move. To step up from being just another punk-ass bitch snatching a purse just to keep from selling yourself. 'Cause let's be fucking honest here. Elijah continued gesturing to everyone around him. You're all here because you don't have a choice. Elijah leaned forward with a smirk that said he was genuinely enjoying himself. His eyes locked onto Furii and Brack. There was an intensity that made them both shift uncomfortably in their seats. They couldn't quite place the feeling, but there was something about this person that was just as unsettling as Pixie sitting on the table. There was an air about him that made their skin crawl as if they were staring into an unknowable abyss. Let's call a spade, shall we? His voice took on a harder edge. You're not bargaining with a third-party stranger over here because you're in a position of strength. You're here because you're barely holding on. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. You're losing influence and authority, not just with the townsfolk you're hustling, but... Elijah's gaze shifted deliberately to some gang members lingering in the background. Several of them averted their eyes, unable to meet his piercing stare. With your own people, he finished, his voice low but carrying clearly through the now silent tavern. Turning back to Furii and Brack, Elijah's expression softened slightly, but his eyes remained sharp. I took care of one of your problems earlier, Furii, he said, pointing directly at her. So let's not play games here. The atmosphere in the tavern shifted palpably after Elijah's blunt assessment. Everyone seemed to be on edge, the air thick with tension and unspoken threats. Furii's face was contorted with a mix of offense and fear when this bastard put her against a wall with just a few words. This was a truth she was desperately trying to cover up, and no matter which way she spun it, this disrespect would severely damage her authority. Her eyes darted around the room, taking in the reactions of her people. Some averted their gaze, unable to meet her eyes, while others wore expressions of newfound doubt or calculation. Why you? Gimme a good reason I shouldn't get you right here, right now. Furii did her best to snap a threat, but even she knew it fell flaccid. No one else could see it, but a sadistic smile spread across Elijah's as he watched the anxiety flash across Furii's face. Not a single one of her people said a word or even moved a finger in her defense. Everyone knew, even Furii herself, with a sickening certainty, that her crew was slowly turning their backs on her. It was only a matter of time before she was replaced, and if she lost her grip on power, she knew exactly what awaited her. She'd either end up dead in some ditch or, worse, forced back into work for the people she once ordered around. The thought of being some crew's loanable toy, to be used and abused at will. Satisfied with his little power play, Elijah leaned in closer, boring into Furii's eyes as she tried to find an escape. When was the last time you paid them? He asked in a low and probing voice. You give them steady work? Furii's mouth opened, but no words came out. She seemed to shrink in on herself slightly. How many of your people ate today? How many have a safe place to sleep tonight? The woman's blood went cold when her eyes darted around the room, and she saw that the members of her gang hadn't met her gaze. You running protection rackets? Smuggling operations? Elijah continued, his questions coming rapid fire. Or are you just doing shaking downs for whatever scraps you can get? A long silence ensued as Elijah looked over at a few of the gang members standing around and started to laugh slowly. It was as if he legitimately thought it was funny. Mirth was in his eyes as his head looked around at the seemingly unamused faces. Ahahaha. Man, that must suck. He said while pinching the bridge of his nose. Elijah's laughter finally died down as he shook his head, and his expression shifted to one of bemused resignation. Okay, you know what? He shifted gears and took a businesslike approach before motioning to the two gang leaders with his other hand in a beckoning gesture. What do you want? What are your terms? We'll see if I agree to them or not. The abrupt change in Elijah's demeanor caught everyone off guard. Fury was still visibly shaken from Elijah's earlier fusillade of questions and struggled to gather her thoughts. Her mouth continued to flap like a fish as she tried to regain her composure. We. She stammered while Brack's eyes narrowed with disdain. The gruff gangster had never truly respected her and saw her as nothing more than as a whore who had lucked her way into power. Now, watching her flounder, he saw his opportunity. Enough of your blubbering. Brack growled, cutting Fury off before turning to Elijah. Brack's gaze was hard and calculating as laid out exactly what was on his mind. Here's what I want, he said, emphasizing the I. He then stood up and leaned forward, causing his wiry frame to seem domineering at the table. First, I want territory. When this is over, I get the lion's share of Glensworth. The prime spots, the best rackets. He spat as held up a solitary finger. To his credit, Elijah remained completely unfazed and just gave a look that said he was bored as Brack threw up a second finger. Second, I want immunity. Whatever goes down, I want to walk away clean. No repercussions, no questions asked. Push the chair back, Brack then began to pace before another finger went up. Third, I want a cut of whatever you're bringing in. You're obviously here for something big, and I want my piece of it. He demanded as he shot a look at Azaleen and licked his lips. He wanted to request one more thing, but he was no fool. So, instead, he turned his gaze to Fury and smirked as a fourth finger went up. And finally, she works for me now. Consider it part of the deal. He said as he looked her up and down, deciding she'd have to suffice. A horrified look flashed across Fury's face as her worst nightmare came to pass. Elijah's gaze then shifted to Fury, who looked at her people with desperate and pleading eyes, but not a single soul would defend her. It was clear the power dynamics had shifted dramatically. The winds of change were blowing, and they weren't going to be left up shit creek without a paddle. Even sneering at her. Fury opened her mouth to protest, but a yelp left her mouth. One of Fury's own people, a burly man with a scar across his face, sneered at her obvious desperation and grabbed her by the hair. What do you want us to do with her, boss? He asked Brack, completely ignoring Fury's presence. All the color drained from Fury's face as her worst nightmare unfolded before her eyes. Her people had abandoned her, and it was turning to look like she was going to become property once more as their new leader. Brack appraised her. If he was being honest with himself, Elijah couldn't be bothered with the internal politics of some backwater podunk gang. He couldn't muster the ability to care who was in charge or what happened to Fury. He needed work done, and if Brack was now the one calling the shots, so be it as long as he did what Elijah needed him to do. However, Brack's type was a problem. Elijah watched the scene unfold with detached interest and growing concern. The combination of Brack's ambitious narcissism and ruthless, calculating opportunism was a dangerous cocktail that he was keenly aware of. Such a personality was volatile, unpredictable, and often prone to overreaching. These traits could jeopardize the delicate operation Elijah was orchestrating in any number of ways, from drawing undue attention to shoving a knife in their back because of short-sighted profit. His eyes flicked to Fury, who was now a picture of defeat and desperation. In his position, she would be easier to control. Her recent fall from power and the betrayal of her own people had left her vulnerable, malleable. She would be grateful for any lifeline to come out of this unscathed, let alone a chance to regain some semblance of authority or respect. This gratitude could be leveraged, and her desperation channeled into loyalty and obedience. Moreover, Fury has demonstrated a certain level of competence in maintaining her position until now. She might lack Brack's raw ambition, but she has shown an ability to navigate the complex web of gang politics, a skill that could be valuable if properly directed. A prolonged bout of silence reigned as Elijah weighed the pros and cons of each potential leader. Brack offered immediate control over a unified gang, but at the cost of potential instability and unreliability. Fury, on the other hand, represented a more controllable asset, one that could be molded to suit his needs. Elijah had slowly drifted towards his pistol as he continued to consider what to do. He had already decided Brack would die, but it was just a matter of how and when. As a matter of fact, his instincts screamed at him to take care of Brack sooner rather than later, before he could become a bigger problem. But he recognized that now wasn't the most optimal time, even as his impulse begged him to act. Sliding his hand away from his concealed weapon, he settled on a plan to take Brack out quickly and quietly at a more opportune moment. Turning his attention to Fury, Elijah knew he couldn't let this piece of shit get his hands on her. She was a lot more capable than most of her crew realized. Maintaining her position and navigating the complex gang politics during such austere conditions demonstrated a level of competence everyone else ignored. If he could save her when she was the most desperate and insecure, then it would go a long way to making her a controllable asset where he could harness her competencies. Let's talk about your requests in order, shall we? Elijah began, deciding to redirect Brack's mind to another topic and off Fury for the moment. You mentioned territories with all the best spots for rackets. I believe we can work something out, but you're gonna have to earn it. With eyes glinting with greed and anticipation, Brack leaned forward, hanging on to every word from this stranger. He had already done him a great service, so it was only right to put his new boys to good use. Tapping his finger on the table in a rhythmic fashion, Elijah looked to set the tempo. Now that you've found yourself with a sizable increase in bodies. He started watching Fury's face distort as she began to shiver. We can potentially start making moves. Brack looked around the table at his newly acquired crew, a shit-eating grin spreading across his face. I, he said, puffing up with pride. I believe I got a sizable number under me command now. I believe I can get these boys to work. Elijah nodded, his face impassive. Good, he said, his voice level. Because I need the rest of these gangs gone. The smile on Brack's face quickly fell, replaced by an outraged look. He opened his mouth to protest, but Elijah cut him off before he could speak. Relax, Elijah preemptively commanded, preemptively. I'll handle the hard part. I just need you to find out the who and the where. Recognizing that Brack wasn't picking up what he was putting down, Elijah leaned forward and pointed at the mangy man. Your job is to clean up and take credit for whatever happens. He said with a steely gaze. Give me the info of who they are, where they operate and their key players. He paused, letting this sink in. When it's done, you'll step in. You'll be the one seen consolidating power, taking over their territories. Elijah explained, emphasizing each point with a point of his finger. To the outside world, it'll look like you've masterfully outmaneuvered your rivals. Brack smacked his tongue hungrily as he looked around the room at the newly assembled men and women of his gang. His eyes gleamed with a predatory delight as he imagined how to use each of them to his advantage. The man was basically salivating on exercising this newfound power. Brack drawled, his voice oily with self-satisfaction. I reckon I can get these sorry lot to do whatever needs doin'. But let's talk about something more substantial. He leaned forward, licking his lips. Let's talk about my cut. His eyes darted around the room, lingering lecherously on some of the female gang members and a few of the lingering working girls in the tavern before settling back on Elijah. After all, a man's gotta eat, don't he? And I got expensive tastes, if you catch my mayonnaise. A rhythmic beat echoed out as Brack drummed his fingers on the table, leaving grimy smudges on the wood with each tap. I know you be up to some shifty shite, so I'm thinkin' a nice fat cut of whatever you pullin' in. He stopped drumming and paused for dramatic effect, say. 60%? That seems fair, don't it? After all, I'm the one puttin' my neck on the line here. A flash of disbelief passed as Elijah's eyes met Azaline's. They simply stared at each other for a heartbeat, processing Brack's words. Then, almost in sync, their lips twitched, shoulders shaking with barely contained mirth. Elijah chuckled softly in bewilderment as he raised a hand, signaling Brack to pause. 60%, he echoed, his voice tinged with amusement and incredulity. Azaline's eyebrows shot up, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. She shook her head slowly as if trying to make sense of what she'd just heard. Oh, that's... Azaline started, trailing off as she searched for the right word. She settled for a snort, her eyes rolling skyward. Elijah turned back to Brack, his expression a mix of amusement and pity. Let me make sure I understand this correctly, he said, his tone reminiscent of an adult addressing a particularly slow child. You want 60% of, what, exactly? He leaned back in his chair, a bemused smile playing on his lips. The man even started drumming his fingers on the table in the same rhythmic fashion that Brack had done earlier, as if mocking him. Do you even know what you're trying to get a cut of? Elijah laughed, looking at each gang member who seemed to shift uncomfortably. How much of a fucking amateur can you get if you don't even know what you're bargaining for? Brack's face turned a deep shade of red, his ego clearly bruised by Elijah and Azaline's mockery. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white as he struggled to contain his rage. "Ye fucking make a clown of me. Ye think I be a funny man," he snarled, spittle flying from his lips. "I'll show you what's funny, ya smug bastard." He rose from his seat, his body tensing as if preparing to lunge across the table. But before he could move, Brack noticed that a sword was already ready, resting on his shoulder in a lethargic manner as a soft, feminine giggle rang out. "Oh, aren't you just precious?" Azaline cooed with a voice dripping with affection. "The little man thinks he's scary." She gently pressed her sword against Brack's neck until it drew a little blood. "Tell me, darling, do you always throw tantrums when you don't get your way? Or is this a special performance just for us?" Brack stared at Azaline's sword that jutted out in front of him. His eyes were as wide as dinner plates at the realization that this woman was no longer leaning against the wall, but standing right next to him. He blinked hard as his mind struggled to comprehend how she had moved so quickly and silently. One moment, she was across the room, the next, she was close enough to draw blood. As he scanned the room, he noticed the terrified expressions on his gang members' faces. Fear was sprayed all over their faces as their eyes remained fixed on the blonde elf. Some had even stepped back, trying to distance themselves from what might happen next. Suddenly, Brack found that his throat was dry. He had dismissed Azaline as mere eye candy with a sword, a decorative piece meant to intimidate through appearance rather than skill. Now, as he felt the subtle press of her blade against his side, he realized he may just have misjudged the situation. You can't." Brack sputtered, his earlier bravado crumbling in the face of Azaline's casual threat. "Can't what?" Azaline pressed her blade harder against the thug's neck. "Can't put you in your place? Can't remind you that you're playing in a league way above your pay grade?" She smiled gleefully as more blood dripped down his neck. "Oh, sweetie, we absolutely can. And we will if you don't start showing some respect." Elijah sat back in a relaxed posture, but his eyes were hard and cold. He regarded Brack with a mixture of disappointment and disdain, clearly unimpressed by the man's bravado and subsequent crumbling. With a heavy sigh, Elijah spoke, his voice calm but laced with steel. "I don't think you really understand our relationship here, Brack." As he spoke, Elijah's hand flicked around the tavern, drawing attention to the previously ignored members of his ODA scattered throughout the room. The gang had apparently forgotten there were others and eyed each mysterious figure as they pointed their weird weapons at them. "I'm giving terms because I'm a reasonable businessman," Elijah continued, his tone matter of fact. "Do not give me a reason not to be." Brack remained silent, his eyes shifting nervously between Azaline's blade and Elijah, not daring to move a muscle. Shaking his head, Elijah quietly muttered "amateurs" before letting out an exhausted sigh. "Here's what's going to happen. You'll agree to whatever terms or payment I dictate. You can have whatever territory you want as long as it doesn't encroach on this tavern. Otherwise, I couldn't give two shits about your little kingdom or whatever." He paused, letting his words sink in. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, everyone holding their breath, waiting to see how Brack would respond. After what felt like an eternity, Brack finally spoke a shaky voice. "All right," he said, trying to inject some bravado into his tone but failing miserably. "All right, we'll do it your way. For now." He attempted to puff out his chest, a last-ditch effort to save face. "But don't think this is over. I'm still the boss around here, and my boys know it." Elijah let out a derisive laugh, dropping his head and shaking it in disbelief. He threw his hand dismissively as if shooing away an annoying fly. "Just fuck off, bro," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. Brack, attempting to salvage some dignity, lifted his chin in an arrogant fashion as Azaline's sword withdrew from his neck. He strode over to Fury, grabbing her by the hair roughly. "Come, whore," he snarled. "I'm gonna need some relief after this." Fury yelped in pain and fear as she was forcibly lifted, horror etched across her face. But before Brack could drag her away, Elijah's voice cut through the room like a whip. "Nah," he said firmly. "She stays here." Brack whirled around, his face contorting with rage and frustration. "What? Have ye gone daft?" he growled, turning to Elijah. "Her people are my people now, so she belongs to me. I don't give a single fuck." Elijah shot back in an amused tone. "I'll tell her to chop your head off. Is that what you want?" Let the bitch go. Staring hard at Elijah with undisguised hatred, Brack stood there as he yanked on Furia's hair in agitation, causing a yelp in pain. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the men with strange weapons, and that infernal woman who looked at him like an insect with a smile on her face. He was the type to push it to the absolute limit, but now, Brack felt that he should just cut his losses while still ahead. Before Brack could decide, Elijah spoke again calmly, brooking no argument. She works for me now, Brack. Don't make me start counting. Brack's face contorted with rage and frustration. A low, guttural growl escaped his throat as he roughly shoved Furia away from him. She stumbled, barely catching herself on a nearby table, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Fine. Brack snarled, his voice dripping with venom. Have your fucking whore. He spun around, his eyes blazing as he surveyed the room. Let's get, he barked, motioning towards the door. Without waiting for a response, Brack stormed towards the exit. He reached the door, grabbing the handle with such force it seemed he might rip it off its hinges. With a violent shove, he threw the door open, the wood slamming against the outer wall with a resounding bang. It was already edging close to the afternoon as the late morning sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Glensworth. For Furia, the night prior had been long, sleepless, and full of uncertainty, but now she found herself face to face with a new opportunity. An opportunity that was still precarious and fraught with danger, but it gave her a chance at survival without enduring the horrors and abuse a woman like her might endure outside of Mara's walls. Standing in front of the tavern's heavy wooden doors, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread and anxiety wash over her. The poor woman's breath caught in her throat as her hand trembled, hovering just a bit over the door handle. Beyond this threshold lay a world she had once commanded but now would have to navigate as an outsider. The irony wasn't lost on her. Furia was willfully leaving Sanctuary and was stepping out from the relative safety of Mara's establishment to fulfill her new role as a liaison. No longer would she enjoy the perks and protection that came with being a gang leader. Instead, she would be facing the very thugs she once commanded, the same ones who had willfully abandoned her and handed her over to Brack on a silver platter. A bitter taste filled her mouth at the thought. It was bound to happen sooner or later, she knew. The world she inhabited was cruel and unforgiving, with loyalty as fleeting as morning mist. Her new boss had merely sped up the process, but, in doing so, had also extended a hand of safety. She might have been overwhelmingly grateful for this chance if she were a lesser woman. And to some extent, she was. But gratitude was a luxury she couldn't afford to indulge in, not in this world, and certainly not with someone like Elijah. He was a predator that lurked in the shadows, eyeing each and every move you made as if looking for any sign of a slip-up. Clearly, he was several steps ahead of everyone and operated on another level. A level that was above Brack's, above her own, and even above Mara's. Especially with that blonde northern woman with him. Furia took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. She couldn't afford to show weakness, not now, not when she knew that scumbag Brack would be looking for any sign of vulnerability. With a final moment of hesitation, she pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stepped out into the bustling streets. But just as her eyes adjusted to the lights, her heart skipped a beat when she saw her new boss speaking with her new colleagues in a rather animated fashion. Just in front of her boss was a teal-feathered STYMPH and a scruffy, green-haired sun elf with pursed lips as they listened to whatever instructions they were receiving. The two were supposedly her new colleagues and were her protection whenever she conducted whatever business she would be tasked with. I just need you guys to keep her safe. Elijah's words carried on the breeze, causing Furia's stomach to tighten. I don't really care if you kill anyone, but I guess I can throw in a bonus if you don't. The casual mention of potential violence was a stark reminder of the world she was re-entering. As if sensing her presence, Elijah's head turned, his eyes locking onto Furia. The intensity of his gaze made her want to shrink back into the tavern, but she forced herself to stand tall. This was her new reality, and she would face it head-on, no matter how much it terrified her. Good morning, Elijah greeted her as his tone shifted to something almost cordial. Ready to get started? Furia swallowed hard as she eyed her new employer. She had expected someone a lot, dirty and rough underneath that mask. As a matter of fact, this Elijah could pass off as some merchant or a lesser noble's son who went around town seducing women and breaking hearts as he pleased. Why? Yes. She responded rigidly as she kept her distance. Elijah folded his arms as his eyes looked her up and down appraisingly. His gaze was analytical, almost clinical, as if he were assessing a piece of merchandise rather than a person. It made Furia's skin crawl, but she forced herself to remain under his scrutiny. A deep breath left his nostrils as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. The gesture seemed casual, but there was a calculated air to it that put Furia on edge. After what felt like an eternity, Elijah spoke again. "You know," he began, his voice low and even, "you don't have to work for me if you don't want to. I'm not going to force you to do anything." Furia blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected statement. For a moment, hope fluttered in her chest. Was this an out? A chance to walk away from this precarious arrangement? But then Elijah continued, "You can leave when you want. I won't stop you." And just like that, Furia felt the hope wither and die. She might not have been as cunning as Elijah, but she wasn't naive. The double meaning in his words was clear as day. It was a subtle threat, artfully disguised as a generous offer. She realized with a sinking feeling that while she might be free to leave his employ, she would also be forfeiting any protection he offered. And she knew Brack would be watching, waiting. Furia swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet Elijah's gaze. "I understand," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I want to work for you." "I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?" Elijah said, stepping closer and turning his ear towards her. His proximity made Furia's skin prickle with unease. Swallowing hard, Furia lifted her eyes from the ground, forcing herself to look at Elijah's chin, the closest she could manage to make eye contact. "I want to work for you," she repeated louder and firmer this time as she balled her fist and tensed up. A gentle yet sinister smile spread across Elijah's face as he turned to face her fully. "Excellent," he replied, clapping his hands together with enthusiasm that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Then let's get started, shall we?" "Yes, let's." Furia responded, injecting a forced energy into her voice. She could feel Elijah's gaze boring into her, assessing her every reaction. Elijah looked between her and her two supposed guards with an unreadable expression. "This op is simple," he began, his tone shifting to something more businesslike. "Furia is to deliver a message to Brack, indicating her new role, and she is not to be touched by anyone." He paused with a dangerous glint in his eyes as he focused on the green-haired elf and STYMPH. "An attack on her will be considered an attack on me." He then turned to Furia and regarded her for a moment. "You know what I mean by that and how to deliver this message, right?" The question was clearly rhetorical, knowing that Furia had already seen what he was capable of. Furia felt a chill run down her spine. She knew exactly what Elijah was implying. The message wasn't just about words, it was about presence and the subtle but unmistakable threat that Elijah's protection represented. She was to walk into Brack's territory not as a cowering ex-gang leader but as an emissary of a power that even Brack would have to respect, or fear. "Yes, boss." She replied in a tone that projected more confidence than what she actually felt. "I'll make sure he gets the message." Elijah's smile widened like a predator that was pleased its prey accepted their fate. "Good," he nodded before turning to Rivka and Talarian. Tal, your objectives are to make sure she comes out of this unscathed, even if the piece of shit decides he wants to be cute." Talarian gave a nonchalant nod. "Yep, got it," he replied casually, as if Elijah had just asked him to run a simple errand. Beside him, Rivka blinked slowly as if still trying to shake off the last vestiges of sleep. The STYMPH let out a deep and sleepy yawn before nodding in agreement. A strange look clouded Furia's face as she watched the two freelancers' relaxed responses. They seemed oddly familiar and out of place to her, given the gravity of the situation, but Elijah didn't seem fazed. It made Furia further question who this man really was. However, her musing was cut short when Elijah's gaze returned to her. "All right. Now, after you deliver the message to that shitlord," Elijah continued, his voice low and deliberate, "you are to instruct Brack to meet you at dusk. We'll brief you beforehand, but you'll offer him and discuss the amount he and his people will be paid. Specifically, as soon as the sun touches the horizon, he is to meet you at the fruit stall just in front of that big-ass statue in the middle of Merchant's Row." He continued his instructions, saying them slowly so Furia caught every word. "It's always busy there, with everyone doing their last-minute shopping. It'll be open enough for us to keep an eye on you so he doesn't do anything stupid and crowded enough so you two don't draw any attention by meeting up." Furia had a deer-in-the-headlights look as she gave an uncertain nod. "Oh okay, boss," she replied, trying to commit every word to memory. Meet him at Merchant's Row at the fruit stall. Got it, she repeated the words but looked at Elijah with a furrowed brow. But doesn't Brack already know where we are? Why meet him in such a strange way? These measures aren't for him, Elijah answered but went quiet for a moment as he thought how he would explain that it was for more dedicated observers if there were any. But after a few seconds, he shook his head. We're trying to create plausible deniability and add layers of spacing between where we operate and where he operates. So don't worry about it. It seemed that Furii still didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but she understood that she didn't need to. Her role was clear: keep her mouth shut, her head down, and perform. Understanding could come later, if at all. What mattered now was survival. Elijah gave Furii a nod of approval before slowly closing the distance between them. I know it seems sketchy, but if you do right by me, I'll do right by you, he said, pulling out a silver coin and placing it in her hand. I'll make sure you have a roof over your head and regular meals from the tavern. Not that shit you probably eat in the gutters, but real, hot food. And cold, hard coin. His confident posture radiated a subtle but undeniable authority. Elijah stood tall, his shoulders squared, but his movements were fluid and spoke of someone comfortable in their own skin. He didn't carry himself with the pompous air of nobility or the arrogant sneer of wealthy merchants. Instead, there was a calm, almost predatory grace about him. As Furii looked at him, she felt a strange mix of emotions. There was something undeniably sinister about Elijah, especially with that bizarre pixie that constantly flitted around him. The pixie seemed completely uninterested in her or, well, anything around them in general, but the two were like a creeping shadow that crept towards her very soul. And yet, paradoxically, that very shadow felt oddly comforting. It was as if being in its presence shielded her from the horrors that lurked in broad daylight, horrors she knew all too well. However, Elijah's voice cut through her thoughts and brought her back to the present. I also know how shit it can be on the streets, especially for a woman, he said, his tone low and understanding. If you keep working for me, I'll make sure that whatever you were doing before to scrape by, you won't have to do anymore. Furii's breath hitched as their eyes locked. His stare was mesmerizingly insidious. It was as if a swirl of violet spoke to her. A shiver ran down Furii's spine as she breathed heavier and heavier by the second. She couldn't look away from him, and it was frightening. She had heard of this feeling in stories when making deals with devils, but they always asked for something in return, which usually had something to do with your soul. But as she met Elijah's gaze, Furii felt herself drawn in, as if some unseen force was pulling at her essence. The world around her seemed to fade, narrowing to just that hypnotic violet stare. It was as terrifying as it was exhilarating. Desperately, she tried to break eye contact to escape his mesmerizing pull. As she glanced away, her attention fell upon the strange creature that always accompanied Elijah. Usually, the pixie seemed bored and disinterested, flitting about with an air of aloofness. But now, those radiant violet orbs were fixed squarely on Furii, boring into her with an intensity that made her feel naked and exposed. The sudden, undivided attention of this otherworldly being was overwhelming. Furii felt as if the very air around her had become thick and heavy, pressing in on her from all sides. Her breath came in short and rapid gasps as panic began to set in. Are you paying attention, mortal? The voice demanded in a simultaneously musical and terrifying tone. It was as if someone had struck a massive gong right next to her, but instead of sending vibrations echoing through every fiber of her body, it was just a soft whisper. Shock and fear seemed to completely consume Furii as she opened her mouth to respond, but no sound came out as her mind reeled. Just as suddenly as it had begun, however, the moment shattered. Elijah's voice, now seeming oddly ordinary and mundane in comparison, cut through her panic. Are you paying attention, Furii? He asked in a tone mixed with concern and impatience. Furii blinked rapidly as she snapped back to Elijah's face. The world rushed back into focus around her as the sounds of the street filtered in once more. She swallowed hard, trying to regain her composure. Why yes, she managed to stammer out in a shaky voice. Yes, boss. I'm listening. As she struggled to steady herself, Furii couldn't shake the feeling that she had just glimpsed something far beyond her understanding. A piece of the unknowable had snaked out its strange, otherworldly tendrils and stroked across her being. Whatever arrangement she made with Elijah suddenly felt much more significant and dangerous than she had initially realized. But there was no turning back now. She was in too deep, and all she could do was hold on and hope she'd survive whatever was coming next. I understand, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Thank you, boss. A small smile played at the corners of Elijah's mouth. Good. He said, looking between the freelancers and his messenger. Now, go get to work. I expect good news in a few hours. He said, shooing them with his hand as he walked away towards a group of what she believed were his cohorts. Furie's eyes never left Elijah as he walked away, gesturing his comrades to follow. But as she disappeared into the crowd, she finally realized the coin gripped tightly in her hand. When she opened it, though, Furie finally noticed the small cut across her fingers from the pressure and felt her anxiety spike. It was insane how she was so distraught. She hadn't felt the faintest amount of pain from stabbing a literal blunted coin into her hand. Desperate for any distraction from the unsettling experience she'd just had, she turned her attention to the two freelancers who met her gaze. Talarian was the first to speak up. Name's Tal, he said, shifting his shoulders, causing the mixture of leather armor and plate to shift into a better position. His hand then went to the pommel of his sword and continued, don't know what arrangement you got going on with the big man or what he has you doing, but I'm here to make sure none gets to interrupt ya. He tilted his head toward the STYMPH in an indicating manner. And that's Rif. Rifka politely bowed his head. Nice to meet you, he said. I'm usually a support element with magic, but I know a few close-in spells. He tilted his blade staff to emphasize his role as a mage. Just stay behind me when things go bad. Tal will take care of anyone trying to get close. Furie nodded, grateful for the normalcy of their introductions. It helped ground her after the bizarre experience she'd just had. Thank you, she managed, her voice steadier now. I'm Furie. I appreciate your help with this. Slipping the coin into her pocket, Furie tried to push the unsettling experience from her mind. She settled on Talarian, grasping for something, anything, to distract herself from the weight of the arrangement she'd just entered into. Are you a mana user, too? She asked, her voice steadier now as she focused on the present. Talarian's lips curled into an ego-inflating smile. He closed his eyes and shrugged his shoulders casually, almost carefreely. I'm a bit capable, yes, he replied, a hint of pride coloring his tone as he rubbed his nose with his thumb. Not particularly powerful, but I can handle my own. His casual confidence starkly contrasted the intensity of her interaction with Elijah, and Furie found herself grateful for it. It was a small reminder that not everything in this world was shrouded in mystery and danger. That's impressive, Furie said, genuinely curious now. I've never really understood how mana users do what they do. It must be quite useful in your line of work. Rivka chimed in with a hint of excitement in his voice. If you think he's impressive, you should see that blonde Eli and his group are always with at work. Saw her by chance when we... He paused abruptly as Talarian shot him a warning glare. Rivka quickly adjusted his words, during our travels, and saw her completely dismantle a whole group of people before a Grovemaw interrupted. She fought a Grovemaw. And survived. Furie nearly shouted as both of her eyes widened in shock. Talarian seemed to deflate a bit, his earlier bravado fading into the wind. That's why I said I'm not particularly powerful. That woman is terrifying. He visibly shuddered, clearly remembering the carnage he had witnessed. The realization of just how close Furie had come to disaster hit her like a physical blow and made her blood run cold. She had almost issued a direct challenge to this Azaleen woman without a single mana user in her party. Brack had an orc, sure, but if Azaleen could survive a Grovemaw, what chance did any of them have? She swallowed hard, trying to process this new information. Her earlier bravado in challenging Elijah and this woman when they first met now seemed not just foolish, but suicidal. If this was the caliber of people she was now involved with, then selling her soul to a devil was the only choice she had, if it even existed in the first place. Pushing aside the overwhelming thoughts of Grovemaws and terrifying mana users, Furie forced herself just to shake it off and roll with the punches. Slowly, she unclenched her hand, which she didn't initially realize was clenched, and let out a long, calming breath. Furie then looked back up at Rivka and Talarian and saw the concern and curiosity on their faces. Alright, okay, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. She gestured for them to follow, trying to project a confidence she didn't quite feel. Shall we go then? The two freelancers looked at each other, gave a nonchalant shrug, and followed after her.